What's up, YouTube? Got some cash to give away, got some prizes. I'm recording episode 101 of my live podcast, so you're getting to watch. Not sure if it's streaming. Check my YouTube, make sure it's going. What's up, everybody? We're going to talk about what they should have taught us in school. So I'm going to go live on the other ones. Here, do Twitter. All throughout the podcast, I'm going to be giving away cash. I got Beats by Dre, an iPhone for somebody who stays to the end. I got GoPro, and I'll be PayPaling people. What's up, Twitter? I'm recording episode 101 of my live podcast. I got cash that I'm going to PayPal. I got, what do I got? iPhone for somebody who stays to the end. I got all kinds of prizes. GoPro, Beats by Dre. We're going to be talking about what they should have taught us in school. All right, let's hit our Facebook. This is the most important thumbnail. Okay. What's up, Facebook Live? Giving out cash. I'm recording episode 101 of my live podcast. We got live studio guests. I'm giving out iPhone to somebody who stays to the end. I got a GoPro, Hero Silver. I got Beats by Dre, Solo 2. So somebody's gonna win. Plus, we'll be talking about what they should have taught us in school, which is always good to know. The real deal. Instagram, here we go. What's up, Instagram Live? Recording episode 101 of my live podcast. I'm PayPaling people $100. We'll see how many people. I'll probably give 5-10 people. Plus, I got an iPhone, brand new iPhone 7. This is a 256 gig. I'll be giving that to someone who stays to the end. I got a Solo 2 Beats by Dre. I got a Hero 4 Silver. So we're gonna be talking about. We got a live audience. We got Zach here, and
for the very first episode.
You can't see him, but we got some people from my office here. And yeah, are we rolling?
Yeah, we're rolling.
We're good? So who's gonna man this? That will be the most important. One person man that, or not the most important?
I'll man audio.
Okay. So, I'm gonna do the formal, make sure it's running. So I put it where you could see it continuously. In case running crash. I know, but can you see that? I can. Who's watching podcasts? Who's watching? Who listens to SoundCloud? I'll put this up on my podcast and SoundCloud, episode 101. So if you got questions for me, now's the time. I need to put this over here, I think, Zach, because I'm more likely to be looking that way. Right?
Right.
Okay.
I concur.
You concur?
Yeah, then come back this a little more.
All right. You monitor that and make sure that's always going as a backup. Okay? Always have a backup in life. One reason people go broke, they rely too much on one income. They rely too much on one person. People let you down. Things let you down. You need more than one thing working on your behalf. It's like these microphones. Just tighten it up right there.
Microphone check.
Okay, I'm gonna do my formal introduction now. You guys are gonna watch behind the scenes, and all throughout this hour, I'm gonna be giving out this stuff. Don't do that. Don't do it anymore. Just don't. That's. Something like that. Ooh, now watch this. Hey, this isn't a good setup, so Sam, come reset this, and don't stand it up. That doesn't work. Somebody said, what books are you reading right now? Got some good ones. We're getting ready to start. This is a good one. Smarter, Faster, Better. It's all about habits. It's by the same guy who wrote The Power of Habit. So, and we're going to talk about this book, How to Think Like an Entrepreneur, by this Broughton guy. It's actually a good book. Be PayPaling people $100. Who here can use $100? I would just set. Is there any reason I can't just set on the ground right here?
Yeah, I was just gonna prop it up.
But I'm saying, what's the advantage of propping it up?
Is it rolling? Is it going?
Yeah, it's rolling.
Doesn't look like that to me. That's rolling. You guys see my tweet today? Said always double check people who work with you. Always. I don't care if you think you have the best people working for you. A double set of eyes is a game changer. Game changer. I meet people all the time. They're like, oh, my lawyer's doing everything. I don't like that way. I can't check. There you go. Look, you guys are making it too hard. There. What's wrong with that? Why's it gotta be complicated? Is there any reason that that's not good?
No.
Yeah. There we go. If you want to prop it up, I will prop it up like that.
I think you hit something.
It's not a very good app that you're using. There we go.
It's the proprietary software to the microphone.
Like I said, it's not a very good app. The voice, the one that comes with your phone's the best. Okay, you stay to the end. We got the iPhone. So we're getting ready to record, and let's roll.
Let's go.
Let's go. You're running that, right? You'll have a hard time. You're running that, Sam? Yeah, there we go. If you need a third person, just commandeer somebody to run this. Who, do you think it'll be better with 3 people?
Yes.
Okay.
We like to
Who's
volunteer.
good with electronics?
You guys.
You good? You can swap. We'll swap in
Just
and
to
out.
monitor.
So all you're doing is you're taking this right here, this little rig. Now make sure the legs are good to be turned.
Yeah,
That
they're
looks
all
like a
loose.
bad setup. How would you turn it towards that? There you go. There you go. That's why I said it's very important you guys run a full test without me. You did not run a full test. This is a full test. A full test is run cameras. You run a full fucking test. Does anybody misunderstand what the word full? When you run a test of an airplane, you don't just fucking open the door. You go, oh, the door works. You turn the engines on. So I want you guys to do better testing. This is a
Can we
shitty
cut
testing job.
and start over?
Wait, did you hear what I said, Sam?
Yes.
Okay, great. Is anybody confused on how to actually test? Send an end product. It's actually good. You guys getting to see behind the scenes. Okay, so your job is be able to turn. If I talk to Zach or if I point, so it's a little bit of a bitch because you might have to come on this side to be able to look at what you're doing. I would, yeah. Cool. Okay. Someone said professional, Tai. That is professional. People don't even know what professional is. Professional is getting the job done. Welcome to the real world. Okay, here we go. On 3, we're gonna start. I hear a teeniest bit of giving a clap. Do you hear anything running on the back end?
I'm hearing a little subtle but.
Okay, here we go. Okay, everybody, welcome to the Tai Lopez podcast, SoundCloud, radio, whatever experience you want to call it. This is episode 101. We're talking about today what they should have taught us in school. So got a live audience here. I actually brought a whole bunch of people from my company, from my office, and I said, I want you to let's talk about a handful of topics that you wish they had taught you in school. I got my co-host, Zach, AKA SeaWorld Hat. People have been wondering about your hat, Zach.
Hello!
We're running live here for some of you who are listening to the recording.
Can they see me?
Yeah. If you see yourself in the live, that means they can see you. For those of you listening at a later time, not live, you can always watch. I try to put these live on my Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter live. I'll probably have at least 100,000 to 400,000 people watching this live, so it's kind of cool. So yeah, we're running behind the scenes. You can see me getting bothered when things aren't set up correctly. Somebody's commenting, Tai, you're mean. I'm not mean. You have to differentiate in life mean and a realist. We got people that are too optimistic. They think everybody does a good job. They think everybody's smart. And then you have pessimists who think nobody does a good job and nobody's smart. I am neither. I am not an optimist or a pessimist. I am a realist. And the sooner you become a realist in your life, the quicker life gets together. The world needs more tough love. You know, I'm gonna tell you a good story. I sat next to Kobe Bryant last year at the end of the season for, I sat the 3 out of the last 4 games he played before he retired. And there's a seat, it's the baddest ass seat you can sit in. It's literally basically attached to the Lakers bench. It looks like on TV, people are watching me going, Tai, you playing for the Lakers? I'm sitting there on the end. And Kobe Bryant sits on the end, or sat at the end for his last season. And there was a player, I won't say which player, but one of the players who's no longer with the Lakers he was sucked that game. And I could hear Kobe Bryant, and I'm gonna tell you this, I don't want to reveal everything I hear on the bench because I sit on the floor and I don't want these guys to not want to talk around me, but he was a lot harsher than you would think. Actually, if you know Kobe, you could believe it. Anyway, so Kobe's sitting there and he's talking to, I forget who he's talking to, Julius Randle or one of these guys, or Meta World Peace. And he said, you know what? This world needs less positive encouragement. Basically exact words. And then he yelled out, so this player who was on the Lakers, who's no longer there, had missed, I think he airballed or something. So while there was a free throw, Kobe Bryant sitting there, yells out to his own player. He goes, you suck. Now there's 2 interesting lessons from this. Number 1 lesson, it wasn't D'Angelo Russell. It was a bench player Kobe Bryant yelled out. And he goes, you suck. And the guy turned around and he looked at Kobe during the free throw, a little break there, and he goes, I know. And he just looked at him like, I know, I'm sucking today. And the interesting thing is the next play he went out and hit a shot. And the point that Kobe, I think, was trying to make, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but sometimes you got to just be real with people and be like, today you suck. And the flip side of that story is that sometimes you got to be like the player on the other end who's getting the truth told to them, who doesn't get butthurt and just says, you're right. And we live in a world now, that's one thing, I love Twitter. It's funny, it's its own ecosystem. If you want to learn social media and business, you got to be on Twitter, in my opinion. And Twitter, there's a lot I like about it, but there's a lot I hate. And one thing I hate, it's literally people getting butthurt about everything, and then it just feeds on each other. And so we live in a world where people like Kobe Bryant can't just tell the truth to somebody. Hey, you suck today. And the other side can't just go, you're right, because then what happened the next play? He hit the shot. And so you have to encourage. There's a saying in the Bible. It says, and I don't know the exact verse, but it's actually in the Old Testament. It's a proverb. It says, encourage a fool and reprimand a fool and he'll get mad at you, right? And but if you do it to a wise man, he's happy. He wants it. He asked to bring it up. Zach, you're a preacher, son. Find that verse. It's in proverb. Do you know it? Zach's dad's a preacher.
No, I don't know it. Not anymore. I used to.
Zach's mom, is she still visiting?
Yeah.
She would be disappointed if you didn't have that memory, if you didn't have that Bible verse to memory, man.
I blame the beer.
Zach's always shocking his mom. He's moved out here to Hollywood. His mom goes, we went to see Despicable Me 3, and Zach's mom's like, Zach, why are you wearing sunglasses in a movie? Zach saw a horror movie and couldn't understand it because it was too dark.
I was like, who are these people?
You know how horror movies are a little bit dark to start with. Here's Zach in there trying to piece together this horror show.
I created my own story when I was watching it.
Oh yeah?
I just made it all up. Yeah,
so what's the proverb?
Proverbs 9:8, chapter 9, verse 8. Do not rebuke mockers or they will hate you. Rebuke the wise and they will love you.
Yeah, there you go. You know? And I'm not.
Do you want all? I'll say all versions.
No, don't say. Zach has 83 versions he wanted to give. But the point is, you got to ask yourself at some point, which one are you? You know. All right, we're gonna switch to a question, but before I do, it's giveaway time. We got $100, stack. All right, tell me when to stop. Let's pick someone on Instagram Live. All right. Tell me when to stop, and whoever I'm not looking, tell me when.
Stop.
I'm gonna pin it. Whoever I was on, I'm pinning the comment. It's Les Barar Aok. You can see I pinned it. He said, I love you, Ty. Are you a guy or a girl? Les Barar Oak. Not that it matters, but I was just wondering. Some people get butt hurt now if you ask if it's a guy or a girl. This one? And I understand gender stuff and all that, and I'm all for that, but that's what I'm saying. Sometimes, can we give it a break? It's like, if you say something about somebody's weight, you're shaming people for being fat. No, you're actually trying to encourage them. If you do it right, every doctor in the world will tell you if you're too fat, you're gonna die young.
I agree. I tell people they're ugly and they get all ticked off. I'm like, I can't help it if you're ugly. I'm just being honest.
No, that's not, but you can't fix that.
I guess that's true, but that doesn't mean they have to have an ugly personality. And there's a lot of ugly people out there with ugly personalities.
Are you finding them on Tinder?
I'm finding a lot of things on Tinder.
Zach is the king of Tinder.
That's right. Yeah, you can message me and I'll give you some good openers.
What's the best opener on Tinder?
How are your morals? Always, it's my go-to. It works. I've stuck with it for a while.
All right, we did the giveaway. These are getting edited out usually on the podcast, but you guys live getting to see them. So now we're gonna head. We'll be doing another one here in a little bit, but we're gonna go to the first question. Like I said, I have some of my employees here. I decided to interview them. What's the stuff? What is the stuff you wish that they had taught you in school? I need to look a little more in that camera. You know what you might want to do? Is it possible to put that camera a little bit more so as I look towards these cameras, it's not totally off, Sam? Okay, what's our first question? Ladies first.
How to...
Yeah, use that mic there. We got that mic. Yep. And then move the doohickey, the monitor, a little bit to the left. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna officially come back to the show too. That way the editors won't go crazy. Okay, ready, set. All right, we return from the giveaway. Editors, begin now. Okay, we're back to what I wish they had taught us in school. First question, what do you got?
How to approach investors.
All right, we got a business question. Who here has a business idea? Who here has heard the saying, it takes money to make money? So some businesses, you're gonna need investors. I've done businesses that I've launched completely just using my own money or very little money to start. But some businesses, I've raised investor cash. The first two businesses I ever launched, I got investors to put some money in. So how do you do it? So I'm gonna give you three steps that I've used. Okay, there's other steps. I just can give you my experience. The number one step that I use to get investors is you have to kind of remind them of themselves. What do I mean by that? Well, look, usually smart investors believe in you as a person. That's why they invest. So a lot of people think that if you tell them an amazing idea, that then they want to invest. But no, good investors are smart. They realize it's all about the person, the quality of the person. Because think about it, if someone has an amazing idea, but you feel like they're gonna cheat you, you feel like they're lazy, you feel like they're stupid, you don't care about the idea, you're not gonna give that human the money because they're gonna waste it. So, what that means is how you come off to them in terms of your skills really matters. So, what do people love more than anything on planet Earth? Do they love a good business idea? No, they love themselves. Humans love themselves. Mark, if you're taking notes, humans love themselves. You know, Zach has advice for Tinder. For the most part, the way you get somebody on Tinder is because they think it's good for them. They're not thinking about you. They're not looking at Zach and going, with that flannel shirt and sunglasses, my goal is to make his day. They mostly care about themselves. They want to find a date.
That's what I tell them. I'm here for you.
See, Zach's one step ahead. Do you find most people look at that outfit and go, that's what I'm looking for?
Most of the ladies look at that outfit and they want to take it off. but not in the way I wish they would want to take it off. It's usually to get rid of it.
Oh, they want to take it off and
Yeah.
make you go shopping for something.
Yeah,
better.
it's a different kind of. See, I
not
try
as
to make
sexy.
you think they want me.
I see what you did there. Zach's very witty. This is my witty friend. That's why he's the co-host here, or I'm his co-host actually. He's the host.
I'm the not straight man.
Yeah, with this. You said it. Okay, so when an investor is thinking about, when you're approaching them, at some point this investor, especially if they made their own money and didn't inherit it, they were smart. They were, they had that gleam in their eye. They were hungry. They were ambitious. And if you remind them of that when you're talking, then you're working on a psychological trigger, which is called the liking bias. So there's 25 cognitive biases of the human brain that psychologists and scientists have found. The most powerful ones are reward, pain. There's complicated ones like Kantian fairness and reciprocity, urgency, chemical bias, all these. But one of the top 5 biases is the liking bias. If people like you as a human, and what makes them like you? You remind them of themselves, or you provide some reward to them, like Zach taking off his clothes for the Tinder ladies. Do they see that as a reward, or is that pain bias?
It's like tomato.
A reward and
A
pain
tomato
bias.
situation, yeah.
So that's the first thing. You got to come off not in your words, not in your ideas, as somebody that's excited, that's smart, that's sharp, that knows what they're doing. Number 2, and this is very important, you got to weave a story, because people often talk about their product. They'll be like, oh, I got an app. I'll tell you a very common app idea. People nowadays, when I'm like, what business do you want? They go, I've got the next Uber of blank. Okay, that's a dime a dozen. It might be a good idea. And people also, this is a common one, a video dating app. I've had 1,000 people. In fact, yesterday, somebody pitched that to me. Tai, a video dating app where instead of pictures, you see videos. Okay, that's just an idea. It doesn't get me excited. If you've got some angle, some story that's relatable, for example, let's say you had an idea. Another common one is let's just use the video dating one, because that's the actual one that someone did pitch to me yesterday. So I would tell a story. I'd be like, all right, I'm out, I'm at home one night. I go on a dating site. I go on Tinder or Match.com. This gorgeous girl appears in my feed and she replies to me and we start emailing, and she lives an hour away, but she's so beautiful. And you're talking to the investor and you're like, and I drove all the way there and I was so excited and I canceled I took a day off from work, and then I got there and that picture must have been from 5 years before, because they were nothing. I won't even say, I'm afraid to say what. We'll just say they weren't attractive. Right? If I just had a video, I would have been able to confirm that, because it's hard to lie on video. You can lie on a picture. It's hard to lie on video. Now, I started, and you're still talking to your investor. You're weaving a story. So I went and I texted 10 of my closest friends that are single. And I said to them, without leading the question, I just said to them, what's the biggest problem you've had with online dating? And here's my informal survey. It's not statistically significant, but it's somewhat significant because it's 10 of my friends. 7 of them said the number one problem is the person doesn't look, speak, or come off like I thought they would when I saw them online. And so it's a real problem. And I asked them, would you pay for an app that you could see the person? And out of those 7 people that had that problem, 6 of them say yes. So this is a good idea. And then and that's just a story off the cuff. Obviously, if I was pitching to a real investor, right, I would come and really think this through. But you see how the power of a story versus just having a slideshow where you go, it's like Ollie G. One of my favorite Borat. Was it Borat or no? It's Ollie G. When he goes to an investor, you got to Google this. This is the funniest Ollie G. He goes to the investor and he's trying to pitch him on the ice cream glove, and he has a little whiteboard and he writes out. He goes, "You need to invest in me because here's how many people have hands. It's ice cream glove so the ice cream doesn't drip on you." He goes, "Number of humans who have hands." And he's like 7 billion. Number of people who like ice cream, 6 billion. I multiply those together, and I multiply it times $14 a glove, and the market for this is $48 trillion. Okay, believe it or not, that's how a lot of people. What's funny is there's two investors sitting in a room. Just shows you how weird people are. One guy goes, "That may be the worst idea I've ever heard." And the other investor who hadn't figured out that the Ollie G show is a joke, HBO joke, the other guy's like, "No, I can kind of see it. You put the glove on." I'm thinking, this guy's an idiot.
All you do is throw numbers in front of his face. And he's sold.
Yeah, he's sold. So occasionally that idea will work, but a story works a lot better. Don't just do your ice cream glove numbers. Okay, so that's number 2 to get investors. Number 3, start with people you know, because trust is built over time. If you go to I see people pitching all people that they've never met. Now you might be like me and you grew up not knowing anybody who had much money, but at least then go after friends of friends at least. Okay, because if you go, it's harder if you don't. Now if you already have a track record with investors investing in you, it's much easier. But I'm assuming this is a first time thing for you, so try to go to friends of the family and their friends. They call it your circle of influence. Try to go 2 deep maximum. Okay? That's a great question. Time for a giveaway. Little break here. We're gonna do a giveaway.
Do you need your attorney here for the giveaway?
No. No. All right. We're taking a little break. We're going to Facebook, PayPal, $100. Who's getting it? Let's do the
ugliest follower.
The ugliest follower.
Choose the ugliest person.
How about who's been listening? What's a trivia question we could ask? The first person on my Facebook Live to answer this is gonna get $100. What's a question? What's something specific? I know. What was the name of the book of the Bible from the quote that I gave? Watch it and pin it. Let's see. Facebook Live. You got to go over to my Facebook Live. What's the book of the Old Testament out of the quote that I did? The book of blank. Somebody said word. No. Come on, Facebook. Get with it here. We got $100. We're sending PayPal.
Got a bunch of heathens watching on Facebook.
No, there's a little lag on Facebook. That's what
Bunch
the issue is.
of,
Somebody said me, buddy. Okay. Not me, Heidi. Sorry. Heidi said, oh no. Oh, people struggling. People struggling.
People going to hell.
Charles Comer said, I'm the ugliest. Do I win?
There's a lot of people.
Oh shit! Wait, don't
on Facebook
touch
going
that.
to hell.
Let it go. Facebook just jammed up. Too many people trying to get on there. Just leave it for a second. It'll usually reconnect.
I see it coming through on other platforms.
I know, but we're doing this on my Facebook Live. I literally think too many people tried to get on. If you're listening, we might leave this little excerpt in. It's kind of funny. We'll see if Facebook reconnects. It's possible to crash Facebook.
Yes.
I've done it before. Sometimes it's your internet. Sometimes it's Facebook. We might have to move to a new question. All right. We'll see when Facebook comes back. Let's go to Twitter. We're going to pick a new question. Twitter. Here is the question for you.
How many people like ice cream?
No. Yeah, how many people liked ice cream in the analogy that Ollie G gave? Ready, set, go. Twitter. $100 PayPal. No, it wasn't 6 billion, was it? No. Was it? I thought I said.
Yeah.
Did I say 6?
I think. Yeah.
All right, well, I don't like that question because I thought I said 7. I thought I said 7, so it was confusing me. All right, let's go back here to Facebook. We're gonna stay with Twitter. I'm gonna do another question. What job did Zach's dad have? Twitter, sorry. Twitter. What job did Zach's dad have? There we go. Preacher, pin it. You can tap on it. No. No, you didn't do it. Okay, we're gonna have to. No, you can't do
Can I
it.
go back?
We're having to do another one. Nope, that one's disqualified. Sam, all of these, the secret is to tap on them. Not if you push them down, it doesn't work. Okay. We're gonna have to keep giving prizes because these keep getting fucked up. What kind of GoPro am I giving away later? What kind of GoPro? Bring it close to me, I'll pick it. I'll do it. What kind of GoPro? Specifics. Specifics. What kind of GoPro? There we go. Not enough. You got to say it all in one sentence. I'm getting half of it. There's one more word everybody's missing. Come on now. Man, paying attention to details is tough for people sometimes. Nobody's gotten it. Amazing. I said it at the beginning. People are getting close. A lot of you are close. You're forgetting the last word. Almost. Warmer. GoPro Max, does that exist? All right, no one gets it in the next 5 seconds. I ain't giving it to anybody.
Man.
I'll give you a hint. There. No, sorry. False alarm. Thought I saw it. They had an extra word. All right, I'm giving everybody 5 more seconds. This one, you know what? Twitter's the hardest. It might make sense to have a camera ready to take a picture.
Okay.
I'm counting to 10, 9, 8, 7. Oh my God, so close. No. Jeesh. All right. Well, nobody got it. It was the Hero 4 Silver. No, nobody. All right. We'll be giving away more. We're gonna redo Facebook because we're gonna just relaunch it again, and then we're headed back to the podcast. So just put the same title, part 2.
I think the folks on your Instagram
Hold on.
are the smarter ones because they're getting it left and right. They're throwing the
It's
answers
the GoPro Hero 4 Silver. People putting Hero 5 Silver, Hero 4 Black. All the people on YouTube. One guy's like, he said Twitter, guys. Someone wrote Jesus was a cowboy. I don't even know what this means.
Yeah, he wore a black robe.
Do cowboys wear black robes?
Or no, white robe.
Ignore whatever Zach's saying right
I'm
now.
thinking of the white hat, black hat, good guy, bad guy thing.
We had to we crashed Facebook. All right, we're getting ready. We're gonna do another giveaway. Remember, whoever stays to the end, we got an iPhone. I'm gonna pick someone who's been on here for a while. Get the iPhone 7. What's up, Facebook? We just crashed Facebook. It's one of my giveaways, so I'm doing it again. We're here on part 2 of episode 101 of my podcast, giving out cash, iPhones, talking about how to get investors. Yeah, we literally crashed Facebook, so hope you all come back. Okay, is that? Yeah, just make sure that orange phone doesn't show in the, see how it shows in the monitor there? So you'll have to keep it there. Okay. All right, so for editors, you're seeing behind the scenes. We are back live with Tai Lopez, episode 100. We're talking about what they should have taught us in school. We just talked about investors. Next question from our live audience. Say your name, what you do. These are people who work for me today. I invited from the office.
Hey guys, I'm Alex. I'm part of the marketing department here with Tai Lopez. And something that I wish they would have taught us in school is how to do your taxes. What's the best piece of advice with that?
That's a good question. We're talking about practical. On this session, I do different podcasts. This one's all practical stuff they should have taught us in school. If you're listening to the podcast or if you're listening on SoundCloud, welcome. Let's get into this. Here's the deal with taxes. You know the old saying, The only thing sure in life is death and taxes. There's other things that you're sure of too, besides that. Death, taxes, somebody in life will betray you.
Rejection, pain.
That Zach's Tinder account will be funny to log into and read through. What's your opening line?
How are your morals?
How are your morals? Do you have a backup line for that?
You mean if they respond?
No, like, do you say that to every single girl? How are your morals? Does your
Well,
mom know about that?
It depends on how busy I am that day. I can just copy and paste. It's a lot easier.
So you're a copy and paster on Tinder?
I'm busy.
Okay.
I've got a lot of Tinder to respond to.
Ooh. Okay. So let's talk about taxes. Bring it a little closer. There we go. Here's the deal with taxes. The number one thing to know is, unless you are an actual accountant background, I highly recommend that you hire an accountant, even when you don't have much money. One of the big problems, especially for those of you who have started a business or are thinking of starting a business, on day one, not using a professional accountant, preferably somebody with 3 letters behind their name, CPA. It's not that much more expensive to get a real CPA. Certified Public Accountant. It's a hard title to have. They're basically licensed. It's tough to get. It's like a medical doctor, all right? They're gonna do a better job most likely than somebody who's not a CPA. There's good people. There's something called an EA, which is an enrolled agent, which basically means they've kind of been certified by the IRS kind of thing, that they're good with taxes. But CPA is even better than an EA. Usually. There are exceptions where EAs are better. CPAs have to have a certain amount of college. This is a profession where a college degree, I do think, helps. You guys know I'm a college dropout. I don't always think college is good, but sometimes college is good, and that's a specific, medical doctor, it's good. College is good. Med school. You want to become a doctor, go to med school. You want to be a surgeon, go to med school. You're not going to learn that. Please don't experiment on people. I'm just going to go set up in Mexico. I'm going to just learn. I'm just going to go till I learn. You're going to kill a lot of people. There's an old saying, the young doctor fattens the graveyard. So please don't fatten the graveyard, kill people. So, number one, get a CPA. But, number two, there are some things you should know. And here's one of the most important things. In most countries, and I'm speaking specifically to the United States tax code, somebody said the dudes in the back look nervous. You guys look nervous over there? We should have, why don't one or two of you sit on the end versus right there? Might be good, because there's an empty seat right there.
It's
Why
almost
don't you,
like we
could you
can
sit
see
there
what
on the
you
end?
guys.
Could you sit on the end there? Yeah, that'll look better.
It's almost like we get to peek in on what they're like on their first dates.
There we go. You guys nervous on your first date?
A little sneak peek.
You don't get nervous? He's got ice in his blood. Okay, so number two, I was talking about, in most states, really all states of the United States, and most countries follow similar laws, but they are different. The US, for example, is the only country in the world that taxes you on worldwide income you earn. So if you're an American and you make money in a business that you operate in Mozambique or Japan or Russia, okay, you have to pay taxes in the US. Almost no other country in the world does that. Sweden, for example, if you live in Sweden, that's why a lot of Swedish people or Norwegian people, this is a billionaire, a famous guy, he's a big shipping billionaire. He left Norway and he goes in, I think he's in Malta or Cyprus. You know why? Because Malta and Cyprus basically have no taxes, or Dubai is another country with almost no taxes. And in Norway, if you leave and make that money outside, you don't have to pay Norwegian taxes, which are high. They're about 50 to 60% total taxes, okay? Plus some other taxes, they got pensions on. In America, that won't help you. Now, yes, there are American corporations that get around the US tax code by setting up offshore companies. If you're a C corporation, there's more power to do some of this. You also can get a tax credit as a US person. So if you operate a business in Mozambique, okay, and you pay Mozambique taxes, if there's a treaty with the United States, some of those taxes will be reduced in the US and you'll pay them. But, so that's the bad news if you're an American citizen, or the good news if you're not an American citizen. The good news for Americans and many other countries, a lot of countries this way, is that if you own your own business, part-time or full-time, it's got to be a legitimate business. You can't do this, have some, people used to set up, rich people used to set up fake horse farms. They used to buy you really expensive horses and then deduct all their expenses. We should, by the way, we should have, why don't you two come here? It'll be better for all you, because we don't see you at all in here. So in the United States, the best legitimate way to save on taxes that the IRS allows, if you do it right, it's not breaking any laws, is to own a part or full-time business, okay? And then you can deduct a lot of things legally. Now, if you watch the the debates with Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton, there is a very interesting thing that polarized, because some people thought Trump was a genius, and of course some people hated Trump. She talked about how he got out of so much taxes, and he said, yeah, that's because I'm smart. That was a pretty powerful line. Love him or hate him, on that specific point, the question is, do you want to pay more taxes than you legally have to? I'm not talking about breaking the law or even ethically breaking the law, but if you own a business, part of the reason that Donald Trump, and I probably shouldn't bring up Donald Trump because people are so emotional about politics, but the reason he was able to deduct $1 billion 1 year is because he lost $1 billion. So in America, when you lose money or you have a legitimate expense that's really for business, you don't have to pay taxes on that. It subtracts out. It's called a business deduction. Now you need to ask your CPA, because some people try to do shady stuff and deduct stuff that's not deductible. For example, certain things are very hard to deduct. You can't buy clothes for your business and say, I needed a nice suit, I can deduct it. There's specific laws that said, no, you can't do that. Also, sports tickets. Some people will go and try to spend, there's specific laws on sport tickets. So if you want to go see the Lakers or the Knicks, there's some limitations on your tax stuff. So again, the biggest picture thing to understand, going to your question, is owning a business is a great way. Now, let's talk to number 3. When you don't own a business, for those of you who don't own a business, there's nothing wrong. Not everybody needs to be an entrepreneur, because some people have to work. They're called intrapreneurs. Some people, like the people behind me here who work for me, they're what I call intrapreneurs. They're working inside of an entrepreneurial company, okay? And there's nothing wrong with that. In fact, believe it or not, some of the richest people in the world are intrapreneurs too. An example is Bill Gates was an entrepreneur. He started Microsoft with Paul Allen, 2 guys, but he's made more people millionaires who were employees because they got stock options. Another guy that became wealthy who was not the initial entrepreneur, Steve Ballmer. I had dinner with him. He's worth $28.5 billion, and he was an executive, but he was an employee. So, no, but if you are an employee, that means in the United States, you get what's called a W-2. The end of the year, they issue you this thing called a W-2, which is how much your paychecks were for. Now, in the US, most of the time, they're subtracting out your taxes every paycheck. As long as you say the right amount of deductions that you have, so you can't make up children that you have, because you get a tax deduction for children. So you can't lie. Some people try to lie. They'll be like, I got 8 kids or 4 kids, and they really have none. Don't do that. I'm gonna tell you this. There's certain people you wanna mess with in the world. Don't mess with the IRS. These dudes are no joke. Even Al Capone, one of the most powerful Godfather, gangsters of all time, what did he go to jail for? Did he go for jail for one of the massacres he did? I think it was called the Valentine Day Massacre. Let me tell you how powerful Al Capone was. A little side note, I love history. Al Capone at one point during the height of the Prohibition, when he was powerful, I think this is in the 1920s, a judge pisses him off. Al Capone walks in the courtroom, walks all the way down the hall during a session, when the court was in session, goes up to the judge and punches him in the face. Turns around, puts his coat back on, and walks out. And not one person touched Al Capone, because every policeman in that courtroom was on his payroll. That's a lot of power for a gangster, right? But even all that power, the IRS got him. And so you see people messing with the IRS, be careful. be careful with the IRS. And the quickest way to get in trouble with the IRS is not follow these rules I've given. Number one, not use a CPA. Because then you're not even trying to do something wrong and you make a mistake. When you got a good CPA on your side, and they're not that expensive, you can get a CPA, you know, H&R Block or one of these firms. I forget the other one, tax something or other. A lot of times you can get your taxes done for $200 a year. And I know that's a lot of money, but welcome to the world. You want to make a lot of money, you're going to pay some taxes. And you're going to pay somebody to help you do it right. And here's why it's usually not a real expense. The $200 you spend, they'll probably save you that much in telling you about a tax deduction you didn't know about. Don't do your own taxes, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And number three, that'll help you when you're an employee, because there are certain deductions you can get. If you have children, there's things if you have a home mortgage. There's things if you have a disability, I think now. And I'm not a CPA, so check with the CPA. But there's tons of legal deductions that you can get. One of my friends told me about a deduction. I haven't even looked into it if it's true. He said there's some kind of deduction if you do an event at your house. You can deduct how much it would have cost if you would have done the event at a hotel. I never heard of it before. I don't know if it's legit, but he swears his CPA told him. But a good CPA is going to look through your taxes and be like, oh, boom, 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 boom. Don't underpay or overpay your taxes. That's my advice.
Do you think the rich pay their fair share in taxes?
Good
It's a
question.
good talking point.
Let's talk about the rich. And I'm going to come back to that. We're going to do a short commercial break, but it's not a commercial because I'm giving money away. Boom. Let's give some money away. Oh, shit. I just broke my money. Okay. Broke my stack. Let's go back to Facebook because it got messed up before. Now, Facebook, you can scroll up and down, so it's not a disaster. Okay, Facebook, I'm asking a question based on who the heck's paying attention. So here's my question for you. Dun, 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 dun. What's the question we just said? Okay, it's a yes or no, so it's going to go fast, Facebook. I'm going to give you, all you people on YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, this is an easy one. It's going to go fast. Yes or no? In America, can you deduct, in America, do you have to pay taxes on global income that you make around the world? Yes or no? Do you have to pay global taxes if you're a U.S. citizen? There's such a lag on Facebook, it sucks. You just sit there and wait for it. Oh, okay. Somebody said that's moolah. Who's getting $100 PayPal? We need to turn these stupid Facebook notifications on. Yes or no? Tiffany said, hey. That's not the right answer. Someone said, give me basic support. I want to work. Okay. Yes, Benjamin Falah. We will pin him. I pinned the winner, Benjamin Falah. F-A-L-L-A-H. He's got a picture with a blue suit. We're giving out money. We're coming over to YouTube. We're coming back to Insta Live. By the way, I think I might give away this Beats by Dre next. We're talking about podcasts. This will help you listen to podcasts and things like that. Congratulations, Benjamin Falah. Here's the deal for all you winners. You're going to get a direct message or a message in your inbox, Facebook, Instagram. If it's from anybody except I recorded a video of me holding a paper with my assistant's username. Only respond to that one. If anybody else says that they're me, and there's been people ripping off people telling them, if you send me $50, I'll PayPal you $500. So people are out there getting ripped off. And it's, as much as I feel bad for people, they're like, look, this Instagram contacted me. Is this you? It has 3 followers. I'm like, really? You sent money to my Instagram account is verified. You didn't want to wait to a verified one. 3 followers.
Well, in all fairness, if the king of Nigeria emails you specifically, directly,
you help him.
Yeah, you answer.
For you guys, if you know, this is the office thing that he's doing. Pretty funny. He goes,
you can move it off of me.
He goes, if the king of Nigeria, the prince of Nigeria contacts you directly, you help him. All right, so we're headed back to the show, editors. We'll be back. We're giving away more stuff. All right, welcome back after the Pay It Forward giveaway. Zach, what was your question?
do the rich pay their fair share in taxes?
This is a complicated question. I feel like you're trying to catch me in my words because no matter what you say, somebody's going to be mad. So
And I would also ask, should we define rich?
okay.
Because that's kind of a broad.
So what's the definition of rich? I think a good definition of truly rich, if you go on the IRS website, people who make over $450,000 a year are in the 99.99 percentile. Very rare for somebody in America, and this applies to all countries, okay, to make over $450,000 a year. So let's just call it that. Should people who make over, I was surprised, I thought it would be, there's only about 70 people in the United States who make over $50 million a year. Very few, very few.
That's less than 10.
I said 70. I said
Oh,
there's less.
7.
I said there's less than 70, and Zach said that's less than. Zach is a product of the public school system in America. So should people who make over $450,000 pay more taxes? Here's the truth about it, which is gonna hurt some people's feelings, but I seem to not care if I hurt people's. I mean, I try not to hurt people's feelings, but I told you at the beginning that I'm a realist. I'm not a pessimist or an optimist. Here's the realistic thing. Even if you got Bill Gates to put all his money, spread it out, and he just says, I give all my money to Americans. So let's just say he has $100 billion. We're gonna do a math question. I'm gonna give away Beats by Dre to whoever comes up with this math. There's 350 million Americans. If he gave away 100 billion, how much would it go to each person? I need to do the math myself on my head. Let's just say, yeah, I think I know it already, but
My calculator cuts off at 100 million, so I'm not going to be able to do this.
somebody said 3.5 billion. No, I can tell you that's wrong. It's very easy to do it. 3 times 350 is a billion. And then you multiply that by 100. So the answer is 300. Let's see if anybody already gave that. Nobody. I don't know why I gave the answer out. There, right there. We got it.
Julian.
God. Yeah.
Damn.
I got it. It's for that guy. I don't know if this was first. It's the first one I saw on Twitter. It was Nicola. What is it?
Nicola?
Nicola.
Nicola!
PayPal you $100. Okay, it's roughly $300, right?
Yeah.
Confirm my math. You can do it in one cool little trick for you guys. Go to your Chrome. If you use Chrome as your browser, the top where you type in the URL of the address of the website you want to go into, it's also a calculator. So just divide 100 billion, 100 with 9 zeros, by 3, let's just call it 350 million. 350 and then 6 zeros. Am I right on this? I did it in my head in a couple seconds, so I could have made a mistake. Just $300. So let me ask you, would it change the whole world? Would it really help America? Would it fix poverty in America for Bill Gates to give away every penny that he has? No, it would only give people $300, which is not bad. It'd be great. Everybody here would be happy to have $300. But would that change you? Would you go? Would you now have, live in luxury? No. So the real solution is you can't tax people enough to completely solve the problem of poverty. And I'm all for ending poverty. The solution to ending hunger and starvation and poverty, if you talk to a smart economist, okay, is one thing. And that is you must increase the productivity of every person. So productivity in the 1700s was very low per person. Everyone in America was this much productive. Now, because we have technology, one person can do a lot. I mean, think about it. Think about what one person can do now. One farmer can grow enough food for, let's say, 30,000 people. I'm just guessing, okay? But I'm sure it's around that ratio. Easy. You look at a grain farmer sitting in a tractor nowadays in Iowa running a big combine gathering wheat, harvesting wheat for bread. One guy can do hundreds of acres with satellite technology. Back in the 1700s, no matter, one guy could do 1 acre. So the solution is technology and education for people. You have to make people smarter. And so sometimes people get mad and like, Tai, you show pictures of Lamborghinis on your Instagram. You have girls in bikinis, even though I own a bikini company. And I'm like, you guys don't get it, do you? I'm motivating people to get smarter. And you know what makes people smarter? Rewards. Doesn't, you know what? So the answer, Zach, is you can tax the rich more or less. It ain't solving the problem. And that's why I don't like politics that much. Probably some people pay some rich people pay too little, and probably some rich people pay too much. But it don't matter because it ain't fixing you and I situation. If you don't have enough money, you could go and try to hijack the bank account. And remember, and so this is the second part of your question, which drives me nuts. Be very careful of getting all your information from news reporters. News reporters, either they're biased. This is my experience with reporters. A lot of them, not all of them, a lot are dumb or act smarter than they are. Because let me just ask you this. What do you think? So Bill Gates has almost a net worth of 100 billion, a little under. Do you think he has a big room full of cash that he hoards it and goes, ha, and he's like Golem and he's like, my ring, my cash? No, I bet you Bill Gates doesn't keep more than 10% of his money liquid. That means 90%. It probably is higher. 90%, that's $90 billion. He has in bank accounts. What does the bank do? They loan out money to individuals to buy houses. You and I are probably touching some of Bill Gates' money right now in your Bank of America or Citibank or HSBC. It's recirculating throughout the world. Bill Gates bought, even you could argue, well, he bought this big mansion. He's got this like 50-room house with electronics. So you could argue, but you know how many people he employed to build that? That house probably cost him $50 million. Do you think he took the $50 million and burned it? No, he gave it to people, and then they went out. Somebody got paid $100,000, one of the subcontractors. That guy took the $100,000 and he put it on a down payment on a house for himself and his kids, or used it to put his kids in college or whatever. So people are very idiotic when it comes to how money circulates. The way you fix the problems in the world is one way, and one way only. And that is
Jesus. Oh, I thought you were doing a giveaway. I was trying to.
This is not a religious show. Zach, like I said, grew up, he said Jesus. This is not religious. I'm not that religious, but no, you make people smarter. In every country in the world where you've made people smart. Nelson Mandela has a great quote. I wish I had memorized it perfectly. And this is, the man who helped break up apartheid in South Africa. He won the Nobel Peace Prize. And he said, education is what took a kid because he was born in a village in like a very primitive upbringing. And he said it's what took a kid from a small village and made him the leader of a nation. So you got to know stuff. That's the solution. I'd rather, instead of arguing whether you're going to take 36% or 30, because here's the truth also, Zach. Everything is not black and white. If you tax the rich more, there are some huge advantages. More money will be available to give, let's say, to the poor. But does anybody know this law of physics? For every action, there is an opposite and
Equal
reaction. So I'll give you an example going back to Tinder with Zach's story. If you take a picture of you that doesn't really look like you, it's one of those pictures you were at your absolute best, right? Like we all have that picture where you're like, damn, why don't I always look like that? If you post that to your Tinder or your Match.com, you will get a reaction. What's the reaction? You will get less or more dates. More. You can get more. But every action has an opposite and what? Equal reaction. When you show up on that date and that girl or guy is expecting, Ryan Gosling and freaking Adriana Lima, and you come in looking like Humpty Dumpty, or Zach, what's the reaction you get? You go home alone. And so same with taxes. If you just say, never tax the rich, let the rich have as much money as they want. Okay, there's some advantages to that. The rich will then have more money. They'll invest in new businesses. A lot of rich guys invest in businesses. So that's good. But the downside is some poor people, like Meals on Wheels, got cut. Some poor people will suffer. But the flip side also has its problems. And that's why one of my favorite sayings in life is, there are no solutions, only trade-offs. So pick your poison. I put two famous sayings together. Pick your poison is an ancient one, like a Socrates one. And there are no solutions to anything. So there's no solution to your Twitter problem. There's only trade-offs. If you put a better picture of you, you get more disappointed dates, but you get more of them, and maybe one of them likes your personality. If you put your worst ugly picture, you get less dates, but the trade-off is anybody who goes out with you probably doesn't care about how you look. You see? So you got to be smart. We're in a world where people are dumb. There's a lot of idiotic and bad logic in this world. When it comes to money, people are stupid. Okay, that was a good question by Zach. We're getting ready to end this episode, but guess what? I'm recording 3 episodes at once. So we haven't given away all the cash, the iPhones. I'm getting ready to give away the Beats by Dre in exactly 45 seconds. I'm gonna reset Instagram, turn it right back on. Everyone else, I think we can just keep rolling. We're about to go to episode 102. This is gonna be a slightly different episode. We are just doing question and answers, and now we are switching to, I'm gonna be talking I wanna talk on this book, How to Think Like an Entrepreneur. I'm also gonna share some lessons from history that are very powerful. One of the greatest investors of our time, a hedge fund guy, Ray Dalio, I think he's worth $20 billion. His secret, he studies history because he says everything repeats. You want to make money, you can predict the future by knowing the past. So I want to talk about some common things in history that they never taught us in school that'll change your life. I'll tell you some cool stories. So we'll be back. Time to give away the Beats by Dre. Okay, so we're gonna go. So I'm gonna save this, and then I guess I'm going to share this, and then let's just go right back live. Okay.
Your mic should be lower. It's covering your mouth on the main.
Yeah, I don't know how to make it lower. How about
Sam,
there?
That's the only size it could be.
Yeah, it won't go lower.
What's up, Instagram? We're back. All right, we're doing a giveaway. We're doing Beats by Dre. It's YouTube time. YouTube time. We're watching. We got people. We're gonna at least have 100 to 400,000 people live. Easy.
Did you get the YouPorn live going?
YouPorn live. YouPorn live is not going. Zach is the preacher's son talking about YouPorn.
Are you giving 2 beats?
No, we're giving 1.
You already gave 1
I did?
to the last guy, right?
Oh, did I give some? Oh, I already gave somebody. Okay, so we're going back to cash. Sorry. We gave the beat solo. We're doing a $100 PayPal on YouTube. Let's get a question. The question that, let's go back to, all right. Complete this sentence. There are no trade-offs. There are only blank.
Yeah.
You might want to come around here. There are no trade-offs. There are only blank. 100. There we go. We got it. It's Max Prod. Max, take a picture of that. Max Prod, he is the winner of 100. I'm doing more if you didn't win. Oh, shit. You guys got to be way more ready, or else you're going to be scrolling. It doesn't hold that long.
Oh, it's not pinned?
Yeah, no, you can't pin this. Just be ready on all these. There it is. Yeah. They're all a bitch, these damn comments. Okay, so Max Prod, we got him the $100, and we're getting ready to keep rolling into episode 102. Okay. Bing-ding. How you guys doing? Bring a little break?
These comments are funny.
Oh, you guys are reading the comments?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, comments are some of the worst and the best thing going on the internet. Let me do a snap here. You guys are missing out. I've been talking about how to get investors, tricks for taxes. We've been talking about should the rich be taxed more or not. Insta Facebook Live. Wait. You guys missing out on my Instagram and Facebook Live. I've been talking about taxes, should the rich pay more, how to get investors, and I've been giving away, I gave away Beats by Dre. I still got an iPhone to give away. Okay. Let's roll. We're about ready to roll. You guys watching live or seeing behind the scenes, remind me to look a teeny bit more at that camera. These are good little pads to use here whenever you guys film. Okay. Ready. So we're going to do the intro. Okay, welcome to episode 102, the Tai Lopez Show. I'm here with Zach Cookman, and I'm here with live studio audience. We're live also. We were live. You're listening to the recorded version, but the live version, we had a couple 100,000 people on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter live. So in the future, you can catch me live if you want to ask a question. We've been doing some giveaways. My last episode, we just finished recording. We talked about should the rich pay more taxes. We talked about what I think is the only answer to that question. We talked about taxes, how to pay less, but do it right. We talked about how to get investors. Now, here's what I'm gonna talk about today. Episode 102 is my story version. And one of the problems in life is that they ruined us when it comes to history. They ruined us. I remember the school system just destroying. I mean, what do you remember of history in school? What did they teach us? The Civil War. What'd you learn, Zach?
The Lost Colony.
The Lost Colony of
13 colonies. I grew up in North
Roanoke.
Carolina, so yeah, they focused on North Carolina history and the original 13 colonies.
Wasn't it Roanoke? Wasn't that his name?
Yeah, yeah.
Even though Roanoke is in Virginia, but he went to North Carolina. That's interesting. Did he end up?
The Lost Colony, was that in Virginia? I thought it was North Carolina.
Yeah, but I'm saying the city of Roanoke is now in Virginia.
Right.
Zach's mind is blown. Zach is going.
But was it
"Wait a
Roanoke
second."
was the law? I don't think Roanoke was the Lost Colony, was it?
Maybe not. Roanoke was one of the explorers.
Yeah, yeah. What did they carve into the tree when John Smith came back?
All right, you can tell we're real experts on history here. We're struggling, but I'm gonna talk about what I know about history, and history is so exhaustive you can't know everything. What I like, and this is what I recommend for history, focus on what you enjoy. I enjoy war history. Why? Because the biggest struggles in your life are kind of like war. You got to be smart. You got to be the general of your own life, whether it's a business or not. So I want to share some of the stories that I know about throughout history that I think are relevant to you and I today, that are much more fascinating when you hear them told as a story versus the school system ruins it for us by civil wars, 1861 to 1865. You know, World War I is 1914 to 1918. Anybody here? I'll give $100 if you know the day that the World War I ended. It's the year that my grandma was born. She's still alive, 1918. What is the day that it ended?
June 1st.
June 1st. No, that's closer to D-Day for World War II.
11.
There you go. Eddie's heard me talk on this. November 11th. I'll tell you, first story. And this is an ethical dilemma. I'm going to ask you guys your opinion on, was this the right thing to do? Because someone lost their life, probably needlessly. No, so the way World War I started in 1914, it's probably the most important war in history, or at least modern history. We don't realize that because they don't teach much about it in school for some reason. World War I caused a man to get pissed off at the end of it. His name was Adolf Hitler. He vowed that one day he would get his revenge. Almost 20 years later, exactly, not quite 20 years, he started World War II. What happened at the end of World War II? We dropped nuclear bombs on Japan. What did that do? That freaked out Russia. What did Russia then do? Start stockpiling nuclear weapons. What did that cause? Something called the Cold War. What did that cause? The Korean War, which we may end up back in now. The reason, and I want to just say this, that I'm doing this podcast episode, I was just listening to Ray Dalio, one of the richest men in history. I think he's worth over $20 billion. He manages hundreds of billions of dollars in a hedge fund that he has. He says the way he figured out how to make so much money, history repeats itself. So he just studies history, and then he can tell what to invest in the future. He understands the trends, you see? And that's worth, who here would study history if you help you make 20 billion? Yeah. See, school system ruined us. No one wants to study history because they don't show us the end results. All the people getting butthurt that I show, Lamborghinis, Ferraris, jets, and all that, you're an idiot. That's all I got to say to you. You don't understand jack squat about human psychology. Human psychology, you show the reward before you teach. The school system shows the punishment first. Study for a test. Woo! Nothing makes me more excited to want to learn history than to know I get a test at the end. It's like, here, do something painful, and at the end you get something more painful. That's how the modern schools, that's like, here, come in the gym, and at the end you're going to get fatter. Nobody's going to work out then because the gym's pain. No pain, no gain. So imagine if that's how the gym system was. Look, they put up posters of you when you're fatter. Oh, come into the gym, work out, and at the end, we're going to give you more pain. No, nobody wants that. You got to show the reward first. I'm just showing my actual life. My actual life, nothing's a set. The Ferraris and Lamborghinis, I got them before I ever was on social media. I had my first nice car, Maserati, in 2000, either 7 or 8, I can't remember. And then a Ferrari right after. I never posted those on social media. I just like fast cars. I didn't post on fast cars until 2014. I had them for almost 7 years. So people say, oh, fake it till you make it. I didn't fake it till I made it. Shit. If anything, I made it before I faked it. So back to history. World War I, the most important war. World War I, the most important war because it caused even things that are going on right now with Donald Trump potentially going head to head with North Korea now. Did you see this one auto guy? There was an American citizen just taken prisoner by the North Koreans. By the time we got him out, he was brain dead. They had put him in a coma. God knows what happened. They said he got botulism, which is not true. He didn't. Very unlikely. So here's the deal. November 11th, the last day of World War I. Now keep in mind there had been about 75 million casualties. Now here's the nasty thing about World War I. If you were a soldier, for every 4 soldiers, 3 of them got killed or injured. How'd you like those odds? All right, guys, there's 20 of us. 15 of us ain't making it. Or we're going to lose a part of our face. We're going to lose a leg. We're going to be horribly disfigured. Well, World War I finally comes to an end. There was what's called an armistice, which is basically we surrender. Germany finally signed an armistice. And they did it before November 11th, 1918. And it was for November 11th at 11 in the morning. All people were supposed to stop firing guns until November 11th. But they came to this armistice I think a little under a week before that. So first they signed it and then said, 3 or 4 days from now, it goes in effect. There was still army generals forcing their men to attack, even though the war was over, but it wasn't technically over. So here's my question to you, an ethical question to you. What do you do in this situation? There was an American, doesn't this screw on? No. There was an American soldier, the last person to die, the last American to die. He died at 10:59. His commanding officer told him, charge. 5 minutes before the war was over. What would you have done in that situation? Just keep in mind, if you directly disobey an army officer, your commanding officer, number 1, you're breaking your vow to follow the rules. Number 2, you could be shot back then. They didn't do it often, but occasionally they would shoot people who disobeyed direct orders. Number 3, you could get away with it. But this dude died. Would you, I'm going to do an informal poll, what would you have done in that situation? Zach.
Well, did the general and the soldier both know that it was to end at 11
Absolutely.
o'clock?
Everybody knew.
Then I would have said, take a hike to the general.
But those generals said, it's not over yet. We know it's over, but we still fight. So you would have not done it.
No, and I think the general would have been. He could have been like if he tried to. Well, I don't know. If
He
said
did
they're
it.
gonna
The
shoot
point
me-
is, he was a dick.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have.
So you wouldn't have listened to him.
I would have pretended to charge. And then when
Zach
he's not
would've-
looking, I'd turn the corner. I'd like go around somewhere, or I'd trip.
Zach would fall, pretend you got shot.
Yeah.
Okay, we know a lot about Zach from this question. Armin, raise your hand here if you would have charged. Would anybody have charged out of duty? One. 4 people would have charged.
Otherwise, it's chaos.
Otherwise, it's chaos.
If everyone does whatever they want to do.
Who says they would not have charged? Definitely not have charged. I'm putting my hand up. I'm like, put me in jail, bro. This thing's over. Put me in Leavenworth.
But how do you know?
Because they signed an armistice.
But they
I
may
made
have
the
a-
argument. It's the spirit. We adhere to the spirit of the law, not the letter of the law in that situation. We
But there's
know it's not
hierarchy.
literally over, but somebody's on an ego stroke. Never do what, or never ask, what is it? Never ask people to do something you yourself are not willing to do. And if that general was sitting up there saying charge with 5 minutes to go, no.
All right, so
Sometimes
here's the practical lesson in life that I take from this. It's not what you think. Here's a practical lesson that if you understand history, you'll know this will help you make money. There are complete idiots, and you already know this if you're alive on planet Earth, but this will just drive the point home. There are horrific people that you can work for in this world. And everybody, even when you're an entrepreneur, you got somebody who's your boss. You got an employee. I mean, you have your customers. They boss you around. They pay you. So you have to know, I think, what Joel Salatin, my first mentor, told me. I was 19 years old. I was there on his farm. He taught me about business, and he would have customers come to the farm to buy chicken and eggs, fresh, like organic type stuff. And one time somebody came and they were just rude. They were just rude. And Joel just said, get out. And some people, you'll learn in business that they say the customer is always right. That's what Walmart, Sam Walton invented that saying. And Joel said, I do not believe that. Why is the customer always right? He said, if somebody's an asshole, he doesn't swear, he's a religious guy, but he said, if somebody's a jerk, I don't care how much money they have, get out. And I a little bit run my business that way. There was a guy, there's some people, there was actually a guy today who tweeted out to me, I should read it. He said, let me read you this Twitter. And some people are like, wow, Ty, this is a paying customer. You replied back. I said, well, Joel Salatin told me not every paying customer is profitable. Some are not worth it. Just like not every order somebody tells you should be obeyed. If you look at that lesson of World War I, some orders get you killed. Anyway, I can't know if I can, oh, actually, I know how I can find it. I put it on my Snapchat, too. I think, is the internet working in here very well? So this is what I said to this guy. He said, I just bought Ty's 67 steps. So far, there's no practical advice on how to actually make money. And I said, his name is Kickoff90 on Twitter. I said, first off, I can see why you're not successful. You don't pay attention. 67 steps is about mindset. It's not about making money, okay? And I said I have 130,000 happy paying customers though. So you can see there's one guy, when you guys start a business, if you have 130,000 happy people and you get one idiot, don't worry about it. Now, if you get 130,000 angry customers and one happy one, then you have a problem. But then he wrote back, because these things tend to go on and on. He said, oh, actually, it's still on my Twitter, but he said, wait, Ty, you said these are the 67 steps you used to become a millionaire. I said, yes. Think about Scarface. Scarface said, first you get the what? The money, then you get the power, then you get the woman. He had a progression. You could believe it or not, but that's what Al Pacino said in Scarface. I don't know if it's true, but that's what Scarface said. So what I told this guy, I said, first you get the mindset, then you launch the business, then you get the money. See, the 67 steps did help me make $1 million or much more than that. Because first they gave me the mindset. Then I took the mindset and I had to understand how to launch a business. That was a separate skill set. And then only then do you get the reward. This guy wanted to go straight to, Tai, just tell me how to launch a business. I've tried to help people launch a business. If your brain's not on right, you'll always make the bad decision. I'm not gonna be there and give you every decision. So you need a decision-making mechanism in your brain, okay? A decision-making mechanism in your brain. If you think about it, every part of life is decisions. Some people suck. In fact, scientists have devised a scale called the Hexaco scale, which is 25 human personality attributes. It's way more accurate than Myers-Briggs bullshit. I know all about Myers-Briggs. I just went to a damn certification. It's not that accurate. I'm ENTP. It's about 10% accurate. But what's very accurate, Dr. David Buss, one of the leading evolutionary psychologists, he wrote the textbooks used at Harvard and Yale, and he said, Tai, use the Hexaco scale. So Hexaco has 5 main personality attributes, and then it has underneath each, it has 4 or 5 subfacets. So one of them is called conscientiousness. The only scientifically proven mental mindset attribute that's related to being successful and making money is something called conscientiousness. Now, what is conscientiousness? It's underneath conscientiousness is 4 subdivisions. Now, some scientists have added a 5th one. If you want to write this down, it's very important. She should have told us this in school. Like I said, this is all coming off this lesson of history, which leads to other conversations that I have on my podcast, as you can tell. So one of the facets is perfectionism. You ever met somebody you just can never do things with attention to detail? They always got to make, like they can get the big picture, but no detail. You got to be detail oriented when you need to be. That's perfectionism. Number 2, organization. You can't be sloppy all the time, especially when it comes to making money. Number 3, somebody said mindfulness is greater than conscientiousness. Well, I suggest you listen sometimes, not just give your opinion. I'm telling you what Dr. David Buss told me, and he spent 40 years of his life studying this. Have you done trials and studied tens of thousands of people? No. One thing I don't like about comments, people talk out their ass, do not know what they're talking about based on nothing. Mindfulness is semantics because conscientiousness is mindfulness, but it's an actual explanatory way of saying it. Mindfulness is bullshit. What does that mean? Focus? That you can meditate? That you can be in the moment? No, a better way is conscientiousness because it explains how to be in the moment. Number 1, as I said, perfectionism. Number 2, organization. Number 3, and this is a very important one, is something called prudence. Prudence. Prudence is the ability to make good decisions. We all have a friend. There's 2 girls they can date, or we got another friend. There's 2 different guys. One of them's a pure reject, and one of them's awesome. Who are they gonna date? The reject. Who has a friend that always, no matter what, is gonna make the stupidest decision? 2 jobs are offered to him. One of them's awesome. One of them's some harebrained. Oh man, I can't tell you. I had an employee work for me. I won't say her name. This is years ago, back in like 2013. And now he knows. He looks back. But this guy he was working. This is when I moved back to California, had a smaller company, so he was getting to work for me, like with me in person. He wanted to learn from me in person. Now I have a bigger company. I don't get to spend as much one-on-one time with individual people. So this dude gets that. He comes to me one day, Tai, I got offered a job. These guys are gonna make a ton of money. They're trying to do what you do. And it wasn't a bad break. I was like, sure, go try it. Sure enough, those other dudes were out of business in 3 months. And then he's like, can I come back and work for you? And I was like, no. I wasn't mad when you left, but every action has an opposite and equal reaction. Why would I let somebody come work, me invest my time on you and know that you have no prudence? Anybody comes to you with some harebrained idea, you're gonna leave again. And sometimes you gotta learn the hard way. And I wasn't doing that to be mean to him, that's how I actually felt. Well, prudence is powerful. And some people just don't have that. Maybe you had idiotic parents. A lot of parents suck. I know it hurts people's feelings to hear that, but my grandma told me, my grandma's father, grandma's from Germany, he was a psychoanalyst. back in the very beginning, like with Freud and, just long time ago, okay? And she said her favorite saying of her dad was, parents are usually the worst thing for their kids. If you go through planet Earth in America, what's the worst thing? What makes most people idiots? Idiotic parents. Like father, like son, like mother, like daughter. And so if you're somebody who grew up and that particular employee or former employee of mine, let me set this over. That former employee of mine had a bad upbringing. And the reason that I didn't bring him back in also is because now that's how you learn prudence. You make a stupid decision one time and it comes back and bites you in the butt, and then the next time a decision comes up, you're like, That's why I said, even though I'm all in favor of how Twitter, everybody complains about stuff, at some point you want to live in a world where people have personal responsibility. Like, you can't coddle everybody. Sometimes you have to coddle people. Sometimes you got to pay it forward. Sometimes I do giveaways, stuff like that. But sometimes I tell people, tough luck. You got to do it on your own. And it's a balance that you have to strike. What's very interesting is, you know what politics is all about? It's not about truth. It's about personality types. In America, Democrats, for the most part, are people who represent, they're kind of like a mom. A little kid falls, and the mom comes and says, oh, are you okay? That's a philosophy that I'm often, of course, sometimes it's the opposite, but let's just stick with traditional gender roles for now without somebody being too butthurt about that. But mothers have more estrogen, by the way. For those of you who want to argue with me scientifically, I did a blood test with my cousin Maya. She has a testosterone of 28. I have testosterone of 1197. So anybody tell you, oh, men and women are the same? Do a blood test. Because when I got my cousin's blood test back, I was like, you need to go back. They broke the machine. So we called the lab. They're like, no, that's normal. Women have 28 testosterone. Then her estradiol, which is a measurement of your estrogen in your blood, is like, 14 times higher than mine. So oftentimes, going back to this, mothers, estradiol, by the way, if you take a man and you pump estrogen into him, he becomes more feminine. What do I mean by that? When a little kid falls, a more feminine response is to go, oh, are you okay? Now, if you pump testosterone into anybody, a man or a woman, their voice will get deeper, their muscles grow, and they get meaner. You ever heard of roid rage? You go to a gym, a big dude on steroids, you go punch him in the face, that might be the last thing you do. He might tear you limb from limb, because testosterone, when it's pumped in your body, some of these steroid bodybuilders, their test is up in the 2000s, 2200, 2400, makes you more aggressive. So when a little kid falls, the testosterone will oftentimes make the father be like, toughen up, son. And you know what? That's a healthy balance. That's how people should grow up. And so the good news about America and other countries is when you have people who philosophy on politics is more feminine, like Democrats go, we should have Meals on Wheels, for example. This is a big thing. Donald Trump cut Meals on Wheels, which provides meals to elderly people who are hungry, okay? The feminine approach, which again, I'm oversimplifying and I'm overgeneralizing, I get it, but just follow the goddamn train of thought if you're not an idiot, because it's a smart train of thought if you listen. The more feminine approach is to say, let's help the Meals on Wheel. The more masculine approach, I'm not saying which one's correct or which one's wrong, I'm just saying the more masculine is to go, well shit, you 70 years old, you had 70 years old to save up your money. Why do I have to take my life savings that I'm trying to save up till I'm 70 so I'm not poor? Why do I have to give it to you in form of taxes? And you know what? I see both sides of the equation. Because when you're smart, you see both sides of the equation. When you're an idiot, you go, no, only Democrats are right. And that's why we have gridlock in Washington. And that's why people can't talk, because people are dumb. And you can't fix stupid. The answer for where politics comes from is rooted in personality types and things like masculinity, femininity. Not necessarily, there are some women who are very masculine, some men who are very feminine. Okay?
Chance as Tinder will show.
As Tinder, and some are both. Some are, masculine, feminine simultaneously. So anyway, going back to this whole kind of rant that I'm doing, is that when you begin to become smart, things start to make sense to you. You can make good decisions. Who should you vote for in the last election between Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton? I mean, a lot of smart people didn't want to vote on either. And I'm kind of like, I get that. If you're smart, it's like, yeah, we got two extreme ones. Donald Trump, I think Donald Trump gets an unfair rap in the media, but I do think he does a lot of stupid stuff. I mean, if you have a brain, you know sometimes Donald Trump does stupid stuff, and more often than not. But you also know that Hillary Clinton was a disaster in many ways. And so when you're smart, you start seeing through the lies. It's like the Matrix. You start you're taking a different pill than the rest of the world. You start to understand what's going on in the world. And that allows you, going back to this guy who tweeted to me, talking about the 67 steps, that's what the 67 steps was about. It was about how to understand life. And once you understand life, then you start understanding politics. You start understanding business. You start understanding how to make money. You start understanding who to be around you and who to keep away from you and things like that. So it's time for a break. We're going to do we give the GoPro away yet?
No.
Time to give away a GoPro.
You also need to go that way.
We're giving away a GoPro Hero 2. Yeah, okay, so we're on break here. We probably should have a camera up there. You know how we had that one? Because, why don't you set that one there? Because that is where I'm looking half the time. So that there, and then you should do roaming with the iPhone. You can just roam on yours, get enough B-roll, or just set another tripod on there. You got a phone, right, Sam and Eddie?
Well, Sam's
mine's
using
the
the
extra
record to
audio.
Eddie. Yeah.
Okay, well, you got 7 people in here. You can commandeer shit. Okay, we're going to Instagram Live. I'm gonna give you all a second to get to Instagram Live. If you're on Facebook, YouTube, get a friend's phone, get your other phone, or shut down, and you can come back to wherever you are now. GoPro 2. I'm gonna tell you this right now. A phone can change your life. A camera can change your life. A good piece of equipment to do video can change your life. And it helped me. I'm actually gonna do a speed round. I'm gonna give away something on all 4. I'm gonna give away this on Instagram, then I'm gonna go 100 to Facebook, 100 to Twitter, and 100 to YouTube Live. Okay, so we're right here. GoPro 4 Silver, 1080p, 60 frames per second. Not a bad little camera. They make one better than this. I don't know why I'm giving this one away. I had it in my closet for my giveaway closet. So I'm gonna ask some questions. Insta, I need some answers. Let's go. Instagram, what time of the day did World War I end? Ready, set, go. This is only for Instagram. What time of the day did World War I end? What hour? What hour did it end? I said it in the podcast. Someone said 3:25. There we go. Dominic Passero, I'll pin your comment. The answer was 11 a.m., November 11th. It's so easy to remember. 11/11 at 11. You got history down. Okay, let's head on over now to Facebook. We're giving away 100. We're giving away not a whole stack, just 100 PayPal, $100. Facebook, I got a question for you. How many frames per second did I say this phone, this GoPro will record? Facebook, I just said it. I'm seeing who's conscientious, who's alert, who's got the brain power to remember stuff. Everybody has it. Most people don't use it. I'm going to undo this one so they can free phone. Let's see. What do we got? What do we got? How many frames per second? We'll pin this one. Facebook's relatively. Somebody said 1069. Not even close. What is that? That's 10:69. No. Somebody said 40 frames per second. No. Someone said 1080p. That's not frames per second. The P stands for what? Pixels, right? Well, we got. There we go. Pablo Molina pays attention. We're pinning his comment. First person. $100. I got you. You can scroll these down. Pablo, I got you. We got 60 frames per second. Pablo Molina. There it is. I pinned him. Okay, we're going $100 again. We're going $100 again. We're going to Twitter. Let's get over here to Twitter. Did you know I've given away $485,000 worth of stuff since last April? I just added it up. Should I try to go for $1 million?
Yeah.
I've given $485,000 worth of cars, $10,000 cash winnings, $100 things, electronics, iPhones, $485,000. That's conservative estimates, probably more. I'm paying it forward. Remember how I said you gotta have a balance? I want people to earn it on their own, but I also like to help some people out. And I know $100 when I was starting out, a little bit of money like that can go a long way at times in your life. So we're here on Twitter. Here's what we're talking. Here's what we're going. What's the author's name of this book that I showed? This red book. I showed it at the beginning. Who's been paying attention since the beginning? It's a red. Here we go. Here's the book, but I'm covering the name. There we go. We got it. Trey. It was that Trey person. You took a picture. Go back. What was the name? It was a Trey something. We took a picture of it just to be sure he got his money. Charles Duhigg. There we go. It's TH3 Prince and the number 1. You misspelled his name a teeny bit, but I'm going to go ahead and give it to you, my man. Okay, we're back here on YouTube. Man, YouTube's doing well today. YouTube. Yeah, try to not get that in. So try to get it. So it's, yeah, there you go. And then you got to watch here. That's that one. There you go. That's good. You can see it. Push this back just a teeniest bit. Okay, YouTube, who wants $100, PayPal to them. By the way, if you win, give me 2 business days to get you the money, or else my staff is overwhelmed. I'm giving away so many prizes. I gotta hire brand new people just to do this. Okay. This book right here, I'm covering it up. I showed at the beginning. It's How to Think Like a What. How to Think Like a What for YouTube. $100. How to Think Like a What. Look for the word and you can just take the picture. How to Think Like. There we go. I got him. I'll scroll down. This one's easy. It's that Pizarro guy. Wait, let me put this down. YouTube's good. You can go down. It's that person. Chris Pizarro said entrepreneur. Correct. How to think like an entrepreneur. We're in episode 2. Okay, we're in break and we're coming out of break here in a second. We're talking. We'll be back. I'm doing more, by the way. By the way, at the end of this, somebody who stayed to the end, iPhone 7, 256. This is one of the 256 gig memory one. This is a good one. It's got the ear pods. It's the iPhone 7 Plus. We ain't cheap over here.
You can check your email on it.
You can browse the internet, the interwebs.
You can call people.
So how's our frame looking? We looking good now? So if I look there, that's good. That way we got double. Yeah. We're still on episode 2. Whew. You know what we should do next time is reset this on episode 2.
Okay.
That's okay. We're going to wrap up. We're going to do one more history. Okay, we're coming out of break. Editors, here we go. Okay, welcome back. We're talking about the lessons of history, how you can apply them to success today. Remember, Ray Dalio, worth $20 billion. Says his secret to making money? Easy. He just knows that history repeats itself, so he studies history and he knows what to invest in.
It's like technology. Technology is cyclical.
It's not cyclical, Zach. People aren't using buggies anymore, unless they're Amish. Is fashion cyclical? You got your bell bottoms?
Fashion actually is cyclical. Yeah.
It's not that cyclical. People ain't wearing Victorian dresses hoop dresses from the 1700s. Did you know a common cause of death in the I think it was the 17 or 1800s? Joel Salton just told me this last time I was out there.
Trampled by horses.
No, women would have those huge hoop dresses, and they would be near a fireplace, and they would just be like la la la, dancing around, and then it would catch on fire, and it was so hard to take off that by the time they got off, they were burnt to a crisp.
That's what quickly changed fashion.
So that fashion is not cyclical.
So with this man bun fashion, the moral of the story is I should walk around and light them on fire so that guys will stop with this whole acorn haircut thing they got going. It'll
What about-
change
what
the
it-
trajectory.
So I got a question for you on you critiquing other people's fashion. Zach, who is one of your idols in comedy?
I'll say Norm Macdonald.
He wrote a show you like called Seinfeld.
Oh, Jerry Seinfeld, yes.
And who else wrote
Larry
the show?
David.
Larry David. What does Larry David say about people like you who wear sunglasses inside?
He says only two types of people wear sunglasses inside: blind people and assholes.
So you're not blind, right?
No.
So what does that what does that make you?
I was actually voted. It's funny. I was voted in high school as most likely to be an asshole.
Really?
No, but they're prescription. I need them.
Let me tell
I'm
you the true
sensitive
story.
to light.
Before we get into history, I want to talk about just a history of about 2 weeks ago. So 2 weeks ago, we're talking about prudence and good decision. Zach's been my friend since I was 14, and so we go to the NBA final game. What was it? 5 we went to, Armin? 4. We go to game 4. We got seats. I got seats, 2 sets. One behind LeBron James, one behind Steph Curry in Golden State. We fly out to Cleveland. We get out there to Cleveland. Zach comes along because Zach likes basketball. So we get out there, get in the night before. Next day we wake up. Boy, it's going to be a good game. Zach goes, I'm going to watch the game, and then I got to head back. I got some people visiting me in Los Angeles. Okay, so we got him a flight to go home the day after the game. So the game comes, boom. We thought it might be the final game. It might be a sweep. Golden State, the first team in history to sweep through the NBA Finals. But no, Golden State went nuts. They hit more. They had 40, was it 49 Cleveland went nuts. 49 or 50 points.
49 the first
49. In fact, my snaps got on the Snap story. I got 6 million views on my Snapchat because it was me behind the bench going. And then right when I was recording, who was it? It was it was David West from Golden State, big ass, stood up in front of me. And so you couldn't see, I'm filming this big 6 foot, what is he, 6'9"? And JaVale McGee, they stood up. Anyway, so we're on the Snap story. One of my snaps got 2 or 3 million. There was 3 of them got on the official Snap story. It was like 6 to 9 million views. So it was a good game when Golden State loses and it's going back. So next day, I wake up and Zach had already headed back to LA. We were continuing on to New York City. So I get a text from Maya, my cousin who was with us. She's like, Zach missed his flight. Oh, okay. He missed his flight. Okay, that's not a big deal. You catch another flight. Get another text a few minutes later. Zach's on a train. He missed the flight and took a 55-hour train instead of just getting another flight. Not because he wanted to go on a train, but because Zach thought that he couldn't get on another plane because he had lost his ID. But when you have good prudence, as we were talking about, decision-making ability, you don't get stopped at the first obstacle. You know that if you lose your ID, you can tell them you lost your ID. They'll do a secondary way of screening you. Literally, the TSA will check your Facebook. And Zach looks all American. Let's just face it here. And we know the TSA is probably a little bit racist, just to be honest. Okay, Zach's the whitest man in America. He ain't getting stopped.
That's why I grow out my Taliban beard
You have a red beard. You have a red beard. They're never thinking you are ISIS. So instead of Zach, and by the way, his train ride he booked it last minute, so they didn't have a sleeper. So he got to sit up straight like this for 55 hours.
It leans back.
It leans back. Yeah, it's like an airplane. He got to lean back. He's having neck problems at the end. He lands in LA. Time my neck doesn't feel good. Well, 55 hours on a train. One of my favorite stories, not to belabor this point, but this is funny. Zach is afraid of airplanes. I've helped any of you who have.
Well, not like I don't see them, and I'm not afraid of an airplane. I don't run if I see one.
You're afraid of them crashing.
Yeah, I don't want to fly.
Okay. Yes. Thank you for the technical precision. He is not afraid of the machine called an airplane. He's afraid of getting in one and going up in there. So Zach he says to me, this is a few years ago. It was cool. I remember this because I got tickets to the red carpet. We got to see the premiere. What movie was it? Interstellar? Interstellar. This is 2014, I think. December 2014. So Zach goes, I'm going back to Texas for Christmas. I go, okay, you gonna fly back? No, I'm gonna take the train. Why? I'm afraid of a plane. First of all, probably more people die in a train than a plane. Because have you ever seen the people on a train? These are mass murderers, and on a Greyhound bus. So Zach has to leave early. You didn't even get to
mass murderers.
Remember on the Greyhound bus, a guy chopped on a Greyhound bus a few years ago. I used to live with the Amish when I was young, and they don't take airplanes, so they would take the bus. A guy started chopping people's heads off in a Greyhound bus.
Which is why I don't take Greyhound. I take the train.
The Amish, the Amish live a very sheltered life. They're awesome people in my experience. And the Amish, their experience of non-Amish people is Greyhound bus people. So a lot of people go, do the Amish kids grow up and want to leave the Amish? I'm like, no, they go on a Greyhound bus and they look around, people chopping motherfucking heads off and all this stuff. But anyway, so Zach, didn't you have to leave early? You didn't get to see the whole Interstellar.
Right.
So he misses. We're in there with only the media seeing Interstellar. Zach takes the train. During the movie, I get a text. And I'm like, what is it? Or right after the movie, I think it was. He goes, Ty, I think I might have made a mistake. And it's a picture of a man with no shirt on.
Large.
No pants on. About 300 pounds overweight, sweating. And literally had his man boobs, and he's sitting next to Zach, and had taken. It was hot apparently in the train, so my boy took all his clothes off, and Zach got to spend. How did he smell, Zach? Did he smell good?
That, so his shirt was off, and he proceeded to eat 2 cheeseburgers and a pizza, all by himself. And he had just had open heart surgery, I think, 3 weeks prior to that, or like just gotten out 3 weeks. Prior to
And
that,
all I could think was, hey man, you play with fire, you get burned. You go on the train. So the moral of the story is Zach's decision-making skills.
Well, no, the whole thing about the ID. Who in here who heard Ty explain you don't need your ID to fly, that they'll do secondary type of checks, knew that before Ty
But
said
who
it?
here wouldn't have asked and would have instantly gotten on a train?
My whole life, every time I board, they go, I need to see your ID. So I just thought, you have to have ID to fly. It made sense to me.
Is it not, okay, just to play devil's advocate, I see kind of Zach's story, but not, side story, not really. Has anybody ever heard of the concept of asking?
I was gonna say,
You just ask. Before you're at the airport, you went through. You are there. In Zach, here's my impersonation of Zach. Do you have your ID? He looks through, doesn't see it, turns away, walks off.
I don't
never
even
to
answer.
return.
I don't even answer.
They don't
because
even
you have a chance
answer.
to say, but you don't need it. But sir, wait.
So here's my theory on Zach, and then we can get back to history in a second. Zach needs a wife. So if any of you, I saw a tweet. No, now I can look there. We got a camera. So I look there. I saw a tweet by 50 Cent. It's funny. It's a little bit offensive, but I'm gonna say it anyway because I didn't say it. 50 Cent said, "I'm gonna get me one of them foreign wives." He goes, "They got low expectations." Oh, a nice clean glass of water. So Zach, my advice to Zach, and no offense to people not from America, because I love to travel. My grandma's not from America. My grandpa's not from America. Zach needs a woman to take care of him because in the last month, Zach has lost his glasses, okay?
No, they broke.
No, they broke. So what would any other human do in this room if you lost your glasses? Here's what Zach goes, well, I got to schedule an appointment. It'll take a few weeks for the optometrist to get me. And I said, no, you don't. You just go to any lens crafter and they have doctors in there that just do it. Zach didn't know that. So he's been wearing sunglasses in movies. And he's complaining that he doesn't understand the movie storyline. He's like, I got lost. I don't understand. He's in a horror movie. You know how they're always dark? He's like, I just didn't get that movie.
I had to elbow somebody and go, who said that?
No, so he lost his glasses. Didn't know he could do that. He lost his, didn't you lose your passport? He's lost his passport. He's lost his driver's license now. What else did you just oh, yesterday we went to see a movie. We saw Despicable Me 3 with his mom. Sure enough, come back at 2 in the morning. What's the text on my phone? Have you seen my house keys? He lost his keys.
I found them, by the way. But I didn't have them at 2 in the morning.
Who has a friend like Zach? I need to know. Besides Zach.
Yeah.
Besides Zach. Zach doesn't count. All right, let's get back to last lesson of history. Then episode 2 is over, and I'm gonna record episode 3. I got more to give away. I got iPhone 7. I got at least 4 more people to send $100 to. How much have I given away so far? What are we giving? How many winners? 5?
8.
8 winners. Giving away $600 cash.
Beats and GoPro.
So this is it now adding. I've given away $485,000, and that's actually a little behind. It's probably about $500,000 now. So I'm gonna run a running tally. I'm gonna hit $1 million I've given away. Now, just people say, "Oh, Ty, you shouldn't brag about giving away." Well, first of all, I do give away anonymously for all the people who get butt hurt. Did you know now I can give away stuff to the poor and people who were like I was when I started, and people still out here getting butt hurt? Nobody's getting butt hurt about negative news, but God help me if I help people publicly. All the people, and it's funny, it's religious people too. Well, God said to give in private. Well, that might be true, but I'm not a saint. So if you're more of a saint than me, then you give privately. And is it really hurting the world for me to say pay it forward? Because I just got a tweet yesterday that I just got a Instagram DM that I retweeted. A girl said, "Ty, I've been watching your pay it forward giveaways. I was walking down the street and there was a homeless veteran or somebody handicapped, and I gave him the $50 because I wanted to pay it forward like you pay it forward." Is that bad that I start that movement? Do we live in a world people butthurt by this? Who are you? I want to meet you in person. Are you weird as shit or something? That's really what you're going to complain about. You're not going to complain about 30 million starving children in India. You're not going to complain about McDonald's making people diabetic. Yes, I said it. Coca-Cola. You're not going to protest Coca-Cola that has sugar water. You're not going to protest the fact that in public school systems, they give little kids sodas that have 60 grams of sugar. You know how much 60 grams of sugar is for a little kid? And then we put them on ADD medicine. Now, there is some people that need to be on ADD medicine. But is it really smart to give kids who have ADD 60 grams when their bodies is 50 pounds? You want to protest me? You're a fucking idiot. That's all I got to say for all of you who are bitch ass people. If you are better at charity than me, great. Let me follow your lead. You know, if you give I gave anonymously. I gave away more anonymously than I've ever given away publicly. But if I fucking want to give it away publicly, what the fuck? Who cares? That's what I told you about this world. One of the things they didn't teach us in school is that we are living on a planet that's floating around here. It's hard to know what's right or wrong. Things aren't black and white. We understand more. We're not in the 1600s. Every time there's lightning, it's not God being mad. Okay? You have to make up your own truth at some point. There are some absolute things that I believe are true. Kind of like the 10 Commandments. Those are good universal truths. Muslims follow similar ones. Jewish people, atheists follow kind of 10 Commandments. You don't murder innocent people. You know. But besides that, a lot of shit's gray area. Giving away publicly, who fucking cares? Why don't you take your whiny ass and go protest a real problem? And what you will find is that people never will protest real problems. They're always protesting fake shit. People talking, now the news is all about Rob Kardashian and Black China. And it sounds like, I just saw he's going to get a restraining order and he might have violated some laws. But for the most part, it is not a big problem in the world and doesn't have shit to do with me. I mean, that's between Black China and Rob. They got to fix it and whatever, they're lawyers. But people talk about this nonstop. 30 million kids are starving to death in one country alone, India. I give money away to people in India. These $100 payoffs, technically I'm not supposed to. You know, it's against the law probably for certain type of giveaways to do in India. I don't know if that's true. But I try not to break the law. Or my lawyer's here. Let's say I don't break the law. But if I want to give $100 to somebody in India that I don't know and PayPal them, what the fuck? Who cares? Go give your money. So that's for all the people who are annoying. It's the same people who are like, Ty, why do you post car videos? Because I drive cool cars and I like them since I was a little kid. If you don't like them, then go fucking drive your car and leave me alone. And I'll leave you alone, and the world will be better. You know, I grew up playing basketball in the projects. I grew up not in the nicest areas. Sometimes okay, but not always that nice. I didn't grow up in the worst areas, but I played basketball in the worst areas all my whole childhood, or my whole teenage years. One thing I learned, sometimes shut your fucking mouth. Because people are fucking crazy, and they'll shoot you in the face. And that's one thing I learned. I see this on Twitter. I'm like, dude, just sometimes shut up. I have a friend, Herman. We know Herman. When I first met him, I said, Herman, I notice whenever we go to nightclubs and two dudes are fighting that we don't know, you try to break it up. Literally. I said, this is two grown men. They're fighting over a girl. It's not injustice being done. It's not a child being attacked by an adult. Leave them alone. Let them fight or call the police. Sure enough, Herman told me a story before he met me. He's like, maybe I should listen to your advice. He was in New York with a buddy. They're at a club. Herman has this overly active, hyperactive justice mode he goes into. He tries to break up a fight between dudes. All the dudes, and he was with one friend named Adrian from Argentina. All the guys turned on Adrian and Herman and said, who the fuck are you? This is between us. And a riot started. Herman and his friend Adrian, that he said, dude, we ran in the building, in the nightclub. The bouncers saw what was going on. They opened the door just for us, and then they closed it and they barricaded, and they go, dude, outside, I kid you not, they were flipping cars over. It turned into, you know when people get all rowdy? And he said, we were like in the bathroom, barricaded, and finally we escaped out the back door. I said, you know, mind your own business. Sometimes you mind your own business. And is it time to talk shit and all that? I play basketball, you talk a little shit, but sometimes I don't. I remember playing basketball with some dudes and be like, I just scored on this guy. But this dude doesn't look normal. This dude looks like this dude got bodies right now in the back of his car. So I'm just gonna, I'm gonna shut up a little bit. So I wish we lived in that world. One of the great philosophers said, let everyone sweep their own front porch and the whole world will be clean. Let everybody sweep their own front porch. And what people want to do is lecture other people who are trying in their own way. I'm not perfect, but I also affect more people than probably the people who are complaining. And so what you do is you try to find a happy balance between that. All right, we're going to wrap this episode with this last lesson of history. We did the November 11th one, the ethical question. I'm going to talk about a very controversial one. And I'm reading a book on the story of the Vietnam War. Now, let me put this Vietnam War in perspective. The Vietnam War, by the way, is an outgrowth of World War I, and then came World War II. It's all a continuation of the same war. If you want to understand it, today, North Korea with Donald Trump is a continuation of World War I. Who knows what happened in 1917 in the world? We're about to give $100 away. Anybody here who I see answer it, what happened in 1917? That's one of the biggest events in human history, which affects us to this day. The biggest event of 1917. There we go. We got it. There we go. Twitter is fast. The revolution in Russia. You know why? Because what was the name of that revolution? The Communist Revolution. What is North Korea? What is China? What is Russia even now? Not so much so. Now Russia's a complicated hybrid of God knows what you would call it. Can you press cancel there? But China is still a real communist country. North Korea is a dictatorship / communist. So 1917, you had the Bolshevik Revolution, where you had the Reds and the Whites. The Reds were the communists, and the Whites were the old guard, they called them, of the Russian, who were like old school of the 1800s. And they came together and they fought, and they won. And a man came out of that by the name, first was Lenin, Okay, you probably heard of Lenin. Not John Lennon from the Beatles. Okay, Lenin, and then you had two other men who were under Lenin, and their name was Trotsky and Stalin. There was other people. In fact, Trotsky was at the beginning above this guy. Now, if you don't know anything about Stalin, two men have killed more people than anybody in history. Both of them were communists.
Yeah.
Now, if you're a communist, don't get butthurt because it's the truth. Okay? Who killed the most people for $100 in history? Who's killed the most people in history? We're going here. I'm looking. It's a trick question, but no, you got to give one answer. Somebody gave two. Who's one? Who's one? Boy, these come fast. $100. There. Okay, I got it on YouTube's fast. It's that Joe guy. Here, go down. It's Joe Costellas. The answer is Mao Zedong in China. Mao Zedong probably killed 100 million people under his regime. Hitler killed maybe under 10. So this dude, number two is Stalin, is theorized. No one knows exactly how many people Stalin killed. So, 1917, and we're going to reset Instagram in just 1 second because we're at 48 seconds. Let's go ahead and reset it. Go ahead and reset. Instagram, we're going to come back. Somebody say, can I have that fat stack? You got to earn it. In the live video. Oh, press the top upper right save. Then press share. Yeah. And then go back to the upper camera. There you go. Good. What's up, Instagram? Giving away cash. Giving away. I just gave somebody $100 a second ago on PayPal. Welcome to episode 2, continuation of my podcast. We're talking about the lessons of history. We're talking about who killed the most people in history and why it matters for you to know that. Biggest force killed people in history of modern times is communism, even though there's many people who would advocate that communism was on the right track, although many people would say it wasn't. Mao Zedong killed the most people in history. A solid 60 to 100 million people. Joseph Stalin was number 2. He's a Sagittarius. Who here is Sagittarius? We got you got ice in your blood. Who else?
He looks like a young Stalin.
What was Adolf Hitler? What astrology sign was Adolf? Just
Aries.
Adolf Hitler's technically a Taurus. He was born on April 20th on the cusp. But why do I like astrology? Because I can remember everybody's damn birthday because I use association memory techniques that make, and people go, oh, you're smart, you live in astrology? I'm smarter than you because I bet you can't remember Adolf Hitler's birthday or Joseph Stalin's. See, you got to learn how to use your memory, which is association techniques. You associate. It's too hard to remember dates. It's easier to remember stories. So Adolf Hitler's on the cusp. He's a Taurus. But we're talking about why you need to know this. Why does it matter? What they should have taught us in school is how to use history to your advantage to be able to tell the future so you can make more money and not make so many mistakes. Ray Dalio, $20 billion net worth. How does he pick what he invests in? He says, I study history. So I'm reading this book about Vietnam. And by the way, that's the byproduct of what happened in 1917. Bolshevik Revolution starts. Guess what? 50 years later, 1967, the late 60s and the early 70s, America is in this conflict with Vietnam. Now, tell me if you knew this. Why did America not go full crazy ass on Vietnam and drop more bombs? America dropped more bombs on Vietnam than all of World War II that we dropped on all Germany and all the Pacific Theater, Japan, everything. Why didn't we drop even more? Who knows? $100. This is a tough question, but I need smart people with me. If you're dumb, you're talking to the wrong guy. I'm not dumb. I'm not always a great person, but I ain't dumb. Okay, what do we have? Why didn't we drop more bombs and end the try to end the war quicker? If you don't know this, you don't understand history. If you don't understand history, you can't predict the future. You can't predict the future. How are you going to invest in stocks? How are you going to know what to invest in? You always will be behind the game. Vietnam has opium? No, that wasn't why. People got weird theories. That is not why we didn't drop bombs. We were dropping bombs. Why did we drop more? Too costly? No, America didn't. Lyndon Johnson, JFK started Vietnam, and then JFK was assassinated. Lyndon Johnson was the vice president. Somebody said Russia. All right, I'm going to give you that, even though it's technically, that's the closest answer. I don't want to be here for 2 years. Ronald Fulton, good answer. Not perfect answer. He said Russia. It was really China. Vietnam, North Vietnam, touches China. And China didn't want people on their border, so Russia was somewhat back. Russia supplied the arms. So Lyndon Johnson had his hand tied. But I'm going to tell you what blew my mind in this book I'm reading. It's called, I forget the stupid name of the book. I posted on my Snapchat yesterday. Let me see if I got it here for you guys. It's something like the biggest, who knows what the biggest event in Vietnam War, what turned the tide, where America knew we were going to lose. I'm going $200. Let's watch this. $200. Where's my smart people at? What was the battle that was when it really became apparent America was in for big trouble? Somebody said my dick? No. I doubt it's big enough to cause the end of a war. Somebody said World War II was the cause of the end. No, wrong. You got your time backwards, my friend. Someone said it's D-Day. Wrong war. You're about 20 years off. There. Dude, YouTube is full of Tet Offensive. The Tet Offensive. This is what the Vietnamese... Oh, someone on Instagram almost got it. This guy beat you to it. What's up with YouTube? We got all these smart mofos on YouTube. So here's what happened. The Viet Cong, which was northern Vietnam, they said, guess what we're about to do? We're going to surprise the Americans. On the day of the Tet Offensive, which is a big holiday for the Vietnamese, we will attack every single city simultaneously, every American base from within. They smuggled arms in, and guess what? That Tet Offensive was nasty, and it basically got America out of there. And the interesting thing about this book, oh yeah, let me try to find the book here. It's called, if you want to read it, this is only for people really into history. Can you guys scroll through my Snapchat, see if you find it? It's one of a couple books. This one's kind of dying. You can just go on my Snap story and find it. It's from the other side of the story. And one thing that's hard to do, and it's the mark of an intelligent person, is to be able to see both sides of the story. Why do I hate politics? Because everyone who likes Donald Trump only argues Donald Trump's side of the story. Everybody loves Hillary Clinton, Democrats, Bernie Sanders. They're so small-minded, they can't expand their mind and see the other side of the story. And Charlie Munger, one of the guys I look up to, the billionaire business partner, and Bill Gates says he's the smartest person he's ever met. He says you're not allowed to take a position in an argument until you can argue the other side better than they can. See, if you want to be a badass, you be able to argue the Donald Trump side better than the Trump fans can. And if you're a Hillary Clinton or Democrat or Bernie Sanders fan, you should be able to argue. I'm sorry, if you're a Trump fan, you should be able to argue for Bernie Sanders or Hillary. It's a mental exercise. We got all these people trying to get six packs. We got P motherfucking 90X. We got all this. Where's the people with big brains? Because the hardest exercise you can do in weights is lift a lot of weight. Do something that's hard. What's the Ronnie Coleman says everybody wants to be big, but not everybody wants to lift motherfucking heavy weights. Rome, you saw him yesterday on my Snap, he can lift heavy weights. He's out here repping 500 pounds on a bench press. And he's got big muscles. Well, same with brain power. We got people with no brain power. They only see their limited worldview and they can't expand. So this book is fascinating because it shows you, it's not completely on the Vietnam side, but it shows why the Vietnamese fought so hard, because America was out here slaughtering people. At one point, we were on like a 200-to-1 ratio. One American soldier would be killed. We would kill 200 North Vietnamese, Viet Cong, villagers, all these people, and they wouldn't give up. And here's why. And Lyndon Johnson was not a student of history. George W. Bush also was not a great student of history. Another guy that didn't know history and got his butt kicked was Saddam Hussein. Saddam Hussein didn't know that if you mess with a man from Texas, he might shoot you. And he ended up hanging from a rope. Now, George W. Bush didn't understand, on the flip side, George W. Bush didn't understand, do not have a land war in Middle East. His father, I like George W. Bush. Herbert. George H., thank you. George W. Bush didn't study enough. George H. Bush, he had a war. It's called the First Gulf War. What did he do? He took Colin Powell. He said, we get in and out of this bitch in a month. And they got in, and they whooped people, and they got out. Because he had studied history. The Russians went into Afghanistan. Man, I was reading stories. The Russian, America gave the Afghanistanis these special rockets called Stingers. You could put them on your arm, and you could shoot down, I think they were either heat-seeking or radar. I think maybe heat-seeking. These huge, like, Chinook type. They weren't Chinook. That's an American helicopter. This is not a good connection for the future. And so the helicopters that the Russians had, they had these huge transport. They'd have 50 guys in there, and they'd be going through the Afghanistani valleys, and one dude would sit there, boom, and shoot them out of the sky. America was supplying them to them. America was fighting back at Russia through the Afghanistanis. Okay. The same thing. What was I just talking about right before that? I was talking about
George W. Bush.
Oh yeah, George W. Bush. So George W. Bush studied the history and said, Russia got their ass kicked by these Afghanistani villagers. America didn't get the memo. And I don't mean to discredit any of the veterans and people who have lost their lives, because you were following orders and you were doing what was best, and I salute that. I salute the troops. But I also know that presidents got to make good decisions, because if not, a lot of people die. And George H. Bush in the first Gulf War, what year was that? 01?
91.
91. Thank you. Zach's great with the years. In 91, almost no Americans died. We went in. They say that in that battle, not one Iraqi airplane even warmed up their engines. We had jets sitting up there and hit them from 35 miles. Well, the second the heat-seeking, the engine turned on, and no one died. Except the Iraqis. Okay? Well, we came, not being a student of history, George W. Bush is a big deal. A lot of people lost their lives. There's a lot of disabled veterans. And I don't know if it was right or wrong, but I do know if you're the president, you need to know history. And if you're a citizen, and especially for all of you watching, because you want to know how to make money, you know how you make money? You invest also in foreign stocks. If you know nothing about history, you don't know what to invest in. Cite my sources? Are you asking me, did George H. Bush start a war and end it very quickly? And you want me to cite the sources? Wikipedia and Google.
I'll cite a source. History.
Yeah. This dude, cite a source. Okay. Anyway, here's the lesson that's practical for you and I. In Vietnam, this book that I'm reading, the reason America was never going to win is because the Vietnamese had been bullied by the French for 50 years before America ever stepped foot in there. And so every single North Viet Cong person had already lost their grandfather and uncle to foreign invaders. So they were pissed off. So when America came in, they took all their anger against the French and they said, we will never give up. And they didn't, and we had to leave. So study history so you don't make stupid decisions. If Zach had studied history, he would have known that he needs to marry a foreign bride.
I got you brought that around.
Full circle.
45 minutes later. I completely moved on.
All right, we're wrapping up, and we're going to episode 3 where I'm giving away the iPhone. We're about done here. God, how long have we been going?
About 2 hours.
2 hours. So we got one more episode. Woo! Yeah, so thank you for all of you watching. If this is interesting for you, leave me a podcast review. I know there's no podcast like the one I'm doing. Is there? Ben, any podcast like this?
Any podcast out there named Tai Lopez podcast?
I mean, no, not really. Especially with the giveaways and all the.
No, but the subject matter.
No.
Who's,
Not that I know of.
Love me or hate me.
No, this
Somebody
is
said you
unique.
wrote the Wikipedia page. That's your source.
Yeah, I wrote the Wikipedia. I literally wrote that America won the first Gulf War quickly. All the hundreds of thousands of veterans that went through that aren't good enough testimony for this guy. You meet people with hoax. People are like, how do you know man was on the moon? Okay, well, we got a lot of video, arms, people went to the damn moon and came back. No, they could all be lying. Were you there, Ty? Do you believe China exists? Yes. Why? You ain't never been there. You can't use that conspiracy theorists crack me up because they're like, I won't believe it unless I see it. You invent a time machine and then you can prove it, or else you're gonna have to take other people's word for it a little bit. Okay, someone said you should be my business teacher. Do I believe myself? No. Sometimes I'm wrong and sometimes I'm right, but I'll tell you what'll make you right more often than not. Read, study smart people who know what they're talking about, and then you can absorb their material into your brain. Yeah, the earth is flat. The earth is not flat.
Yes.
There's the earth. You think the earth is flat?
Oh, hell no.
Let me tell you why I know the earth's not flat.
Kyrie Irving thinks
No, but I'm gonna blow this theory. Just let me. Did you know? Here's another history thing. I forget which physicist centuries ago proved things like the world isn't flat and that it revolves. He shot a cannonball straight up in the air and it landed in a different place, not back on his own head. Things are moving. The earth is revolving. Come on, man.
the wind.
It wasn't the wind, it was a damn cannonball. You could. I got a question for you, and this is the final one. I'm gonna give $100 to the first person who correctly answered. This one's gonna go quick. This one's gonna go quick. Somebody said it. It shot him in the crotch. No, it shot straight up in the head. Okay, question for you. You go to the top of a building, the Empire State Building. You have, and we're assuming it's completely non-windy. You have a penny, or let's say you have a rock this big, and you have a 500-pound weight. You drop them. Which hits the ground first? Ready? Go. There we go. Right there. YouTube, Kevin Gill. Sheesh. People got to get with it on these other ones. The answer is they hit the ground at the same time. You know that Pete, this is what I want to tell you, this funny story. Did you know people argued over that and were going to hang people? This is like in the and then one guy just did it. Anybody could have done it. One guy, they go, no, they argued over, no, it's not possible. One will hit, and then one guy just went, nope. And they landed at the same time, and everybody was like, oh. That's how I feel like the world is. People will argue with you. People will argue with you, and then you just show them, and they're like, oh. And I'm like, 5 minutes ago, you were the most sure person. You were willing to excommunicate me from the Catholic Church. Okay, thank you for being on episode 2. Guess what? We ain't over, because I like to record all my podcasts at once. And this go on SoundCloud, iTunes. Leave me a review when this comes out. You guys watching live, you're watching it ahead of everybody. But yeah, okay. We are headed here to episode 3. Ba-da-da. Now, during the break, I'm going to do one more. Now, during the break, let's roll right into episode 3. Even though, I think, how long does Facebook go live? Facebook live.
You want to do a full cut?
Well, I didn't know.
No. Let's just
let it roll,
man.
Yeah.
Oh, it must be gone. Is this still going?
Looks like you got the red bar and a pause. Sam, is that
There.
still going?
Yep.
Okay.
But why does it say 21 minutes? Did anybody reset it?
No, that's not that.
Nobody touched it.
All right. Galileo opened the eyes.
So you're doing giveaways
Is there a
on the
way to see the
podcast now?
file?
We'll probably edit them out, but
Stop it right now.
yeah.
Just see if there's a file.
Well, because you're doing like questions pertaining to what you're talking about, so it's kind of.
Yeah, maybe we'll do it. I mean, we'll have to make a decision on an edited versus unedited.
Why
That's the
stop?
first that uses the app.
You okay with water and everything?
Yeah.
Alright.
You guys hanging in there?
Did Ben show you my list of questions? Because I literally wrote.
Got more?
No, because yesterday I wrote that you should talk about how history repeats itself.
Oh, okay.
And you
No.
ended up hitting that.
You're ahead of the
today.
It
Yeah.
says an hour and 55 minutes.
And
on
then
This
it.
one might need battery
We'll
Insta.
just start a new one.
Okay, why does it say paused? Oh, there we go. Okay, we're getting ready to give away this iPhone 7. We're going to episode 3. We are talking. I got a few different directions. Let me do a poll. What should I talk about right now? I'm gonna do a poll. You can vote in this room, and I need to check my WhatsApp. Woo!
I had a question I said to Ben yesterday. When do you think it's time to call it quits on something?
Okay.
Move on.
Sounds good.
What about consciousness versus awareness?
Okay. Let's see what format we should do.
Yeah.
Okay. We're about coming back for episode 3. Any suggestions what you'd like me to talk on? Do we want to talk politics? Do we want to talk business? Do we want to? I want to do a segment on making money because this is important in your life. So I think that's what. Who says yay or nay to that? Talking about how to make more money.
Business, money.
But specifically, not even just business, just making more money. Damn.
They're
Facebook.
coming in so fast, I can't even.
Somebody said talk about science and they misspelled it. Zodiac, money.
Yeah, so, yeah.
I'm gonna talk about how to read people and use it. How to read people and make money.
They didn't teach that in school.
Yeah, body language.
Body language, personality types, finances. Someone say yeah. Stocks. Good. This is the money episode.
Management.
Money. Not the money shot. It's money. Zach has that episode.
That's the new porn strap.
Okay. I wonder if people, and we're giving away stacks. I think I've given away $1,000 already. I think I've given away, well, I know I've given away a Beats. I've given away a GoPro 4. I gave away an iPhone. I have not given away the iPhone 7. This is 256 gig. Look at that. Brand new. Oh, shoot.
Opened.
No. Well, now it's kind of, I'm messing it up. I'll reclose it. I don't even want to open it. Who could do with a brand new, this is a 7 Plus, not just a 7. 250, the biggest, I think 256 is the most memory you can get, right? It's 256. Pay attention to the notes. I mean, be taking notes, because if you notice, I'm giving this away to people who pay attention and are smart. I'm not just, I do giveaways sometimes randomly. I like to do that. I like to change it up a little bit. Give it to smart people and give it to random people. But we're back in real land. Okay, let's introduce episode 3. And I'll be giving out prizes all throughout for people who take notes and answer correctly and quickly. YouTube, you've been killing it. You've been taking money from fools today. YouTube is getting rich. Twitter's been doing all right. Facebook and Insta, you guys gotta get up your game here. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna give it a clap. Okay, welcome to episode 102 of the Tai Lopez. We're gonna do it again because Zach's drinking water.
It's 103.
Well, I did 101 first? Okay. Thank you. And thanks for the water in it. It sounds great, Zach. Zach's, I'm like, ready, set, here we go. That friend who has great prudence. Okay, welcome to today's episode 103 of the Tai Lopez Show. We're talking about making money. This is the money episode. How to make more money. And I'm going to talk about a few techniques. We're going to talk a little on the stock market. We're going to talk a little on investments. But I want to talk about how to read people. Because ultimately, business partners, employees, customers, marketing, that's how you're going to make money. How to get a job that you like, how to interview correctly. It all comes down to reading people, how to business network, all those things you got to be able to do. And so one of the things they should have taught us in school is how to make more money, because honestly, who here is extremely excited about the amount of money they have in their bank account today? I got a few people from my office here helping and watching. I got co-host Zachary Coke Man,
How do you do? Hello.
named after his addiction. And
Zach is an addiction?
no, the Coke Man. Talking about soda, man.
Oh, I thought you meant cocaine. I was like, I didn't think we were going to talk about that in public, but I guess I just let it out.
Any man who wears sunglasses in a dark room, like a movie like last night,
Prescription sunglasses,
that's even worse.
so that I can see who I'm talking with. I know who's speaking to me.
Yeah. Yeah, is there any? I got a little food coming here because been going for 2 hours. This is
I'm
episode.
going to get my one done.
So when Zach talks, I might eat a little bit. Okay. We don't have any like little snack things because that's a full-on meal. I might sound bizarre to eat. Okay, let us begin. Somebody said, never trust a French man who doesn't drink wine. I don't know if that's a good way to make more money, but who here, let's just do an honest poll. We're live here. We've been live for the last 2 hours. We're on the third hour. We're probably gonna have at least 100 to 400,000 people watch this live. It's hard to know because we're on Insta, Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. But for all of you watching later or listening later, my question is, let's just do it. Who here either say yes or no? Yes, you got plenty of money, is exactly the amount, basically, realistically, you've wanted in your bank account. No is, heck no, I had way better expectations for where I'd be. Someone said no, 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 no. So far I haven't seen a yes. Man. Somebody wrote nah. They don't take instructions well. Yes, I found three yeses. Maybe is not allowed. You either are or you aren't satisfied. You're not maybe satisfied. No, no. Negative, kinda. Are you serious? Heck to the no. Somebody made it exponential. They did math. Heck to the no to the third power. Okay. What they should have taught us in school about making more money, let's start with element number one of making money. And there's so many different elements you can talk about making money. You know, how to start your own business, how to get investors, an idea, how to experiment, how to scale a business, how to do the marketing. But let's start with one of the most overlooked ones. Even though everybody knows. Who knows this saying? I'm going to do a $100 giveaway right now on my live. For whoever, and this is going to go quick. This is going to go very, very quick. So I suggest that you be ready. You know what though? I realize there's a little lag. I'm gonna give this on Facebook because Facebook lags the most. So everybody switch over to Facebook if you want to enter this. So the answer to this, complete this sentence. It is not what you know, it is blank. 3 words I'm looking for. It's not what you know, it's blank. What's the 3 words? You can just roll video. Roll video. Video is so much, you can roll it the whole time. It's not what you know, it's blank. 3 words. The first person, let it go. And then what happens is you shut it off after you get it, and then they just look at the end of it. Somebody wrote yes.
It's not what you know, it's where you put it.
There you go. Chase B. Anderson. I'll pin Chase B. Anderson, congratulations. I'm sending you $100. Can you pin that one? It's who you know. It's not what you know, it's who you know. That's the one. Oh, there it is. That's the oldest rule of the book. I mean, in the book, the oldest trick in the book. But let me ask you this. Be honest with me, no lying. And we're about to do some giveaways on Twitter and YouTube and Insta too. Who here in the last 30 days has sat down and gotten solid advice on making more money from somebody who makes more than 10 million bucks a year? One-on-one, sat down, not just a conversation about the Knicks or the Lakers. Raise your hand. Not me, not me, not me. No, 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 no. So here's a question for you. And everybody listening, just ask yourself, it's a very important question to answer for yourself. If you had a choice, you get a check for $1 million deposited in your bank account today, or you get to spend 1 year side by side apprenticing or interning with Mark Zuckerberg, owner of Facebook, which would you choose? $1 million, that's a lot of money. After taxes, you don't gotta pay any taxes. They put $1 million in there. Or you get to learn from your favorite billionaire. It could be Bill Gates, it could be Mark, it could be Steve Jobs when he was still alive. You have a time machine. Somebody said both. You violate the rules, you get none.
Why don't you get the $1 million and then go ask the apprentice?
So why don't you get the $1 million, somebody said, and then go to Mark Zuckerberg. But Mark, that's not a lot to Mark Zuckerberg. You can't go to him and say, I got $1 million, will you help me?
No, but then take the $1 million and then intern for free after so then.
Oh, intern? No, but Mark Zuckerberg doesn't offer any internships, trust me. I mean, he does at Facebook, but you don't work with Mark Zuckerberg. You're in the mailroom in office 4,002.8 miles from his office. So it's an interesting question because here's the deal. The reason it's important is I meet a lot of people that say they want to learn from somebody, but they wouldn't be willing to invest any money or time really in doing it. They wouldn't really be able to give up or sacrifice. One of the questions you have to ask yourself is how many hours per week you spend around somebody who's 20 years ahead of you financially. Not age-wise. They might be younger than you. They might be the same age, they might be older. But they're 20 years ahead from where you are today or where you want to be financially. Let's say in 20 years you want to have $10 million or $1 million or $100,000 in your bank account, whatever the number is. Did you spend, and so I want you guys to put in here as an interesting poll. We got tens of thousands of people, 100,000 people watching this live. How many people spent more than 1 hour one-on-one with somebody who's where you want to be in 20 years? I'm not talking about someone doing a little better than you. Somebody said with my dad. Is your dad where you want to be 20 years from now financially? Is he already there? Somebody said they spent 72 hours. Somebody said Elon Musk. Have you spent time with Elon Musk this week? Banu Gatsby said, I have no friends. I probably shouldn't laugh because maybe he's serious, but I thought you might be joking. Should I laugh, Zach?
I was actually reading.
Zach is reading.
I stopped listening to you about 45 minutes.
Zach's sick of this. He's heard it all before. My dad is a longshoreman, 160 grand a year. So is that your goal? 20 years from now, you're making 160 grand a year. If so, and in the way you want to make it. So do you want to be a longshoreman? Then it sounds like the right person. If you want to be something else, no. Somebody said they spent time on video, watching videos of people. That's better than nothing. But you can see from this thought process, one of the reasons everybody you meet is broke. Because you broke and you hang out with broke people, it's kind of like in 2012, I had made this goal. I wanted to get a six-pack, like really lean. And I was trying all these techniques and it wasn't working. I was getting leaner, but I wasn't where I wanted to be. And then this is at my other house in Hollywood. Up in the hills, they use it for photo shoots. So this famous photographer contacted me. He said, Tai, I got the #1 guest model in the world. She wants to come shoot because you got a view of 35 miles of LA. It's a really cool. If you saw my Snapchat on 4th of July, you probably saw it. So I said, sure, you guys can come. So the photographer shows up. Oh, thank you. Shows up with this really famous model girl who one thing you'll learn about models, some models look better on the camera and not in person. This is one of them. She was very beautiful. When I looked on the camera,
I get that a lot, by the way.
You got that, Zach? Do you look better in person?
No, when people meet me in person, they're like, "Oh God."
Oh, I thought you said you look better.
Oh, I thought you were saying that people look worse in person. Sometimes.
This is a new look. The oil pad look. Yeah, point it at Zach once in a while when he's talking. So is that one of your Tinder strategies?
No, I thought you said people end up looking worse in person. They don't look as good on camera.
So which are you?
And I'm saying that happens to me a lot. I show up and people go, "Oh God."
So is that because
I look worse in person.
do you put a Tinder picture that's like your very best picture ever?
A few of them.
Are you that guy that doesn't do the honest recent one?
No, I got something with me
Zach got
scratching my butt.
No, you don't.
Picking my nose.
Zach got a 1997 picture of him on Tinder.
Yeah, I'm 23.
Anyway, but you could see the problem. And even the school system doesn't solve this problem because even though there's a lot of great school teachers, they didn't make money, and even most professors. Anyway, so going back to this photo shoot, they show up. It was a whole bunch of models. And then this guy came. They needed one male model. So this guy he's still a friend of mine. His name's Janelle. And he's now one of the top male models in the world. He moved to New York. I think he's with Ford now. One of the high paid guys out there, I think. And so I was like, I'm going to apply this principle of making money to other areas of my life, getting a six pack. This guy, if you know what it is to be a male model, if you ever seen Zoolander, you understand these guys are in great shape because they get paid, and you always look fatter on camera, so they stay super lean. So this dude he had exactly the six pack that I wanted. I mean, he had, press the close there, the power mode. And so we just became friends. And I started to observe. We go out to eat, we go to movies, and I started being like, this dude eats perfectly. And so it was an encouragement, and I started eating like him. Sure enough, 3 months later, I got the leanest that I think I've ever been in my life. Because success rubs off on you. And you got to remember that. Success rubs off. And so when you think about your life, you got to ask yourself, financially, who's rubbing off on you? And almost always, every person that I meet that doesn't like their financial situation, when I ask them that simple question, I don't care if you're already making $100,000. If your goal is to make $1 million a year, then how often are you hanging out with millionaires? And if you're already making $1 million, people making $10 million, whatever your number is, your goal might not even be $100,000. You might be a teenager watching this. You just want to make $50,000 a year. There's something called osmosis in science. Things rub off on us. Osmosis is between cells inside your body. They're absorbed, you absorb. And that's the same thing with your bank account. I promise you this. If you took the $1 million instead of spending a year with Mark Zuckerberg, you would be making a mistake, in my opinion. Because if you spend a year with Elon Musk or Mark Zuckerberg, mark my words, their success will start to rub off on you. Their contacts will start to rub off on you. So now we come to the hard part. And the hard part is, what do you do? When I was first starting out, I didn't know any successful people, and even if I knew them, they weren't going to hang out with me. So this is a catch-22. People want to hang out with people more successful than them. So that means Elon Musk wants to hang out with people that he considers his role models. He wants to hang out with whoever, I don't know, Jeff Bezos or something like that, or whoever he looks up to. I don't know his role models. But yet his role model, it's kind of like, they call this ladder theory in dating. You guys ever heard of ladder theory in dating? It's one of the most interesting theories. There's some websites where this guy came up with this theory, but I'll tell you what his theory is. Here's the problem with all dating. Here's the problem with Tinder. All the girls, well, let me first ask you this. Have you ever been in love with somebody who kind of likes you but doesn't like you as much as you like them? Who here has ever gone on a date where you see the person, you interact with them, you're like, that's what I've been looking for. And then the next day you're all excited and you're texting them and you realize they had an okay date, but they're not that into you. Anybody? Okay. Let me tell you why. On the ladder, they're one step ahead of you. And guess what? Everybody wants one step ahead of them. So who here has ever had someone attracted to them, but you're not really into them?
Oh, gosh.
This is Zach's experience.
It's not a nickel for everything. Everyone.
Is that your Zach's experience? So here's what happens. Here's what's happening in the dating world, and it directly applies to the business world and making money. All the girls who are 7s have guys who are 6s in love with them. But all the 7 girls are in love with the 8 guys. 1 to 10 of whatever you consider attractive, personality, looks, body, all that stuff. That's the whole dating world. If you've been on Tinder, guys, trust me, you are swiping yes to girls who are one notch above you. They ain't swiping back because they're swiping yes to the guys who are one notch above them. Everybody wants what they can't quite get. And so dating, especially in the modern world, becomes this whole thing where it's hard to find people who are a 7 who will be happy with a 7. And I promise you this, in the dating world, you better know what number you are. And some people say, no, Tai, love's romantic and love's not number. Oh, bullshit. Talk to a scientist. The brain is an algorithm. It does complex computations. Did you know that you can tell how beautiful somebody is, male or female, from 50 yards with their back turned to you? That's what scientists have found. Where you can only see like 1/16 of their face. Let's be honest. Once in a while, you can't see them at all, and you get one of those surprise situations.
It's like Ronnie Shirley whenever we pulled into the gas station and they're at the gas pumps, bending over, pumping gas into the little to-go tank and whatnot. Beautiful, long, flowing hair, and Ronnie Shirley whistled out the window, stood up, and the dude had a beard and everything.
This is one of our friends growing up. He actually has a TV show now, Lizard Lick Towing, Ronnie Shirley. So, but for the most part, we can tell beauty. The brain's extremely good at calculating. You don't have to even see a whole face. So some people will tell you, no, there's no numbers to. No, there's levels to this. You know that? You ever heard that in songs? There's levels to this. There's levels to attractiveness. There's guys a lot more attractive than me, and there's dudes less attractive. And the quicker I come to grips with that, the better my life is. And you don't go off in some fantasy world. Same thing with money. But here's a little trickier. With money, it's even more exclusive of a society. Because when you're when you're dating, once in a while, you're a 7, and you can get an 8 to go out on a date with you. Because she might like something quirky about you. She might like the fact that Zach's wearing sunglasses in the movie theater with her. She might like his red beard. She always had a Viking fetish or something like that. But when it comes to business, it's much more cut and dry. There's not that often that Elon Musk is like, well, you know what? I want to hang out with an idiot. It doesn't happen that much. He wants to hang out with people who are intriguing. I know, I've had very fascinating one-on-one conversations with Elon Musk.
I thought you were going to say, I know, he's hung out with me.
No, I was going to say, and he didn't want to hang out with me. No, I didn't. But there's levels to this. So my question to you, and I guess what I'm talking about in today's podcast, is what do you got to do to convince somebody when you're a 1 financially and they're a 10 to want to spend time with you? Somebody said, Tai, I don't date anymore. Well, that's not a good solution. That was their answer. I'm going to take a quick break. We're going to do a giveaway, and then we'll be right back. We're doing a pay it forward. We're giving away cash. Let's go to Instagram. Head over to Instagram. Quick break. I'm eating some grapes. Podcast editors edited this out. That sounds great on camera. Okay. One day I'll give a whole stack like this, maybe for Christmas, but not today. $100 PayPal. Okay? Thank you. Tommy said you're an inspiration, my man. We're doing here we go. It's going to go fast on Instagram. Instagram for $100 PayPal. Whoever answers this quickest. What is the theory of dating I called that I named it? 2 words. Blank theory, or just 1 word. Instagram, a little slow. Someone said me. No, it's not me theory. Someone said hello, stop. Nope. Pace. Nope. Ladder. Sam, we'll pin you. What's up, Sam6764GG? How the hell did you come up with that username, man? My man's name, Sam6764. That's a complicated name, Sam6764GG.
I'm going to say...
And you didn't spell the second word right, but I gave it to you. Somebody wrote chaos theory. That's pretty witty. I don't know if you did that on purpose. Okay.
Then they stumbled upon a joke.
All right, we're headed back. Let me just eat a little turkey. Zach, take it away with the joke.
Oh man. Let's see. Oh, I got a funny story that it was about. I don't know if many people. It's actually not going to be something that a lot of people are familiar with. George Burns is an old comedian. Anybody here know George Burns? Oh yeah, some of the young whippersnappers there. Well, all his. I heard Dustin Hoffman tell this joke. Apparently all his material was about sex. Somehow had something to do with sex. So when he turned 80, they asked him, Mr. Burns, what was your worst sexual experience like? He said, pretty good.
I like that. That's called dad jokes.
Okay, I get it.
That's good. I don't care. That's timeless. That's a funny joke. I don't care what anybody says.
All right, guys. We call this Dad Jokes by Zach Cookman. It's a special. It's a little segment called Dad Joke. Oh, I got a
I'll get a
shake
theme
here.
song.
I'm launching a new protein meal replacement shake company soon. I'm gonna say. By the way, I forgot to pitch all the stuff that I make money. I forgot to put my ads in here. All right, it's okay, I guess. Today's all about you guys, not me. But I am launching a new entrepreneur program that's badass. This is, I hope, to be the biggest thing I've ever done in business. It's a program that will teach you, it's gonna give you between 10 and 30 businesses that you can choose and how to launch them in under 2 weeks. Part-time or full-time with little money or experience, or I'll give you your money back. If within 2 months you haven't launched a business, as long as you follow the down formula that I have, if it didn't work for you, I'll give you your money back. That's how confident I am that I can take people, tens of thousands of people, and help them become entrepreneurs. So watch for it. It's called the Entrepreneur Starter Kit. In fact, I think it's actually, I don't know if it's up on my website. We sent an email out for it.
That's funny. I'm about to launch the Entrepreneur Starter Kit.
Zach out here.
It's funny.
I forgot to trademark this. No. We're going to have to sue Zach. Okay. Back to where we were. Okay, welcome back from the break, even though we might have left the break in. So, how do you get people, if you want more money in your bank account, you need money-making techniques to rub off on your brain through mental osmosis. But we talked about ladder theory. The badass people that can teach you, they don't want to hang out with you when you're broke. I know from experience when I was broke, I'd go to conferences and you would see all the successful entrepreneurs would like go off to a dinner by themselves, and it was like the rest of the people at the conference that had just paid to be there. We just kind of off lonely going to Subway by ourselves, all the losers, you know. And but eventually I was able to turn that around. So let's talk about how to read people. The way you read, the way you attract people is to understand how they see the world and then speak to their language. So let me give you an example. If right now you went to China and you never had learned Chinese and you did not have a translator with you and you spent a month in China and you're not a fast learner, how good would your understanding of China be? Even though you might have seen the damn Great Wall of China. Did anyone see that Matt Damon movie, Great Wall of China?
Oh,
It's
yeah.
the dumbest movie, maybe the worst movie Matt Damon's ever been in. Anytime
That was
Zach
for his kids' daycare. That's the only reason.
Zach doesn't like Matt Damon's politics very much, so if you ever get in a political debate with Matt Damon, just bring up one sentence: Great Wall of China.
Yeah.
If he ever says, Zach, you Republicans are greedy, go, Great Wall of China. You did that shit for money, son. That's not a piece of art. That's a piece of trash. Anyway, so if you went to China, you saw the Great Wall of China, you saw the little landmarks, you went to Shanghai, you went to Beijing, but you didn't speak the language at all, and no translator, and didn't learn it in a month. How well would you understand China? And the answer is, not at all. You must know the language of the environment you're in. And so what happens is when you meet people, I've developed a system called the PACE system, P-A-S-E, practical, action, social, emotional. When you meet people, whether they be investors you want, mentors you want, people that are above your level financially that you want to learn from and have mentor and teach you, they might have a style of personality that's opposite yours. It's kind of like their personality style is Chinese and you're trying to speak to them in English, and they will run from you. Or at the very least, they will not want to spend much time with you. But, and I've seen this over and over, when I go to foreign countries, I learn at least one sentence, because people's faces change totally. If you go to Norway or Sweden or England, Zach learns a language in English. England, he learns, what do you say?
I study before every time.
What do you say when you go to England? You have a little English saying that you say. Or Australia. What is it, good day, mate? Or what is it, the shrimp on the bobby? You always say?
Well, yeah, the good day, mate. Let's put another shrimp on the bobby. But, or the
Now,
bobby, but that's...
That actually doesn't work. Zach pisses off the Australians because he thinks... But if you go to most countries, learn a language, a sentence of their language. One sentence will open up doors to you. Now, when you go to around financial people, the language is not words, it's styles. I'm going to give you a perfect example. Steve Ballmer, I had lunch with, in the dinner with, PASE system. Practical, action, social, emotional. The personality style, I've met Steve Ballmer multiple times. He's what I call an A. That's action. Okay, action people like to speak aggressively. They like to talk. You can say what you want. They're not easily offended. All those things. So when I have lunch or a dinner with Steve Ballmer, just me and him, he's worth almost $30 billion. I can speak in that style to him. Now, Elon Musk is a completely different personality style. He's what I call an E, stands for emotional. He's much more introverted, and a lot of the things you learn in business books or networking books don't apply. For example, who's heard that when you meet somebody, you should shake their hand, give them a firm grip, and look them straight in the eye? You ever heard that before? Mm-hmm. This is the secret to business networking. No, it's not. Because emotional people, E's, it doesn't mean he's emotional like he cries a lot. It's just he's a little more introverted. You get the vibe. You know, he's not super talkative to strangers and stuff like. He is somewhat, but he's not very different than Steve Ballmer. If you ever seen Steve Ballmer memes and gifs on Twitter, it's like, ah, you ever seen that one on the Clippers where he's like screaming on the Clippers? You don't see any of that with Elon Musk. Elon Musk talks much quieter, kind of a little more reserved. So if you meet somebody who's an E personality type that you want to network with or learn from, and you approach them with a stiff handshake and great to meet you, power networking, they're going to shake your hand and be like, I'm getting out of here. This person's weird. In some animal species, in fact, most animal species, direct eye contact is aggressive. Did you know that they say, like, if a wild dog comes up to you or a bear, don't look it straight in the eyes, because that's how animals confront each other. And same with some people. They will see it as aggressive. So I have learned over time, by making many mistakes and having a few successes, knowing how to read people and knowing when to speak correctly for their style. Remember, there's no right or wrong, it's their style. Because if you're in China, you got to speak Chinese. And when you're speaking to an E person, you got to speak like an E. And when you speak to an A person, you got to speak like an A. And this is the most powerful technique I've ever seen. And when I do it right, I've never seen it fail. I've never seen it fail. So this brings us to the question, how do you read the person to know what personality style? And that's a long conversation. I don't even know if I have time in this freaking podcast episode to talk about it. But by the way, how long does Facebook Live go? Can you Google it? Facebook Live. But I'm going to give you guys some fundamentals here. This is a pretty good little protein shake. Most people don't get enough protein shakes. Protein.
Is that your Pepto-Bismol special?
Yeah, that's my Pepto-Bismol. This is strawberry, Zach. Zach eats so little fruit that when he sees strawberry shake, he goes, that must be Pepto-Bismol. That's why you need Pepto-Bismol, because you don't have enough fiber. Oh, okay, so we're good. Okay. Most people ain't getting enough protein. You should get, it depends, there's huge arguments. Some vegan was trying to say, or somebody was saying in a vegan book, they said you only need 7% of your diet to be protein. I'm Other people say you need 40% if you want to lean up, but I don't know. I don't know if I want to go down that route of arguing about that. Arnold Schwarzenegger told me in person, I was at his house the last 2 years. He said he always liked 1 gram per pound of body weight, assuming you're relatively lean. If you're super overweight, that's going to give you maybe a little bit out of whack. I think the U.S. government says something like 0.3 or something pound. So like if you're 200 pounds, you should have 60 grams, whereas Arnold Schwarzenegger would say you should have 200 grams. Anyway, this shake right here has usually about 18 to 22 grams of protein. But all you guys trying to put on muscle, better, yeah. Snack food isn't that healthy in the modern world because the number one thing they cut out, if you look at snack bars, there's no protein in it. They put corn in every fucking thing. And corn is not that healthy, especially processed corn syrup and all that. So I'm making my own shake that I'm gonna have for sale soon. Been working on it for like a year. I've been so busy that I haven't launched it. Okay, so how do you read people to know how to adjust to their personality? So I'm gonna give you some simple, for those of you in my more advanced business stuff, I have hours and hours of this training because this is badass training. It's kind of like you want to be good at basketball, you got to do hours and hours of training. But I will give you guys an intro to it if you never heard it before. The P personality type, practical, just always think slow. There's some people just slow. They speak slow, they think before they speak, they're not, you can't rush them. Sometimes I meet people trying to pitch investors. This, you don't have the battery working there. So I meet people and they're like, Tai, I'm talking to this investor, or I'm doing a sales call, and the person, they just won't listen to me. I'm like, they're probably a P. Has that been off for a while?
No, the battery just died when I gotta put a new brick on everything.
I really think you guys are doing it wrong. I think that camera should be on me. It's continuous. And that little one should be on Zach. We're not using that much Zach footage. You know what I'm saying? Just lift that one up. This one's become super important right over there. By the way, this brings up something. A little off subject, but not really. What's the most powerful human attribute? I'm gonna do a giveaway for this. I'm gonna do it on where are we at? Twitter. What's the number one attribute for success?
Lock.
According to scientists, there's a big scientific.
No, I need a new brick there too.
Well, we need to do it fast because that Instagram went to 10%.
We're live, guys.
Yeah, here, use this one. So about to do this, if you want to shoot over to Twitter, Twitter has the least amount of people. That means you got the best chance of winning.
It's only one.
I'm going to be talking about the number one personality trait. And
It's only one.
don't guess yet because I haven't said what the question is. Because it's a little trick question. Because there's different answers. We're doing a little battery reset here. Somebody said empathy on Facebook. That is not the number one skill to be financially successful. That's one to be successful in personality, relationships, parents. But I'm going to give you a saying, and you have to complete the saying. In fact, I'm going to look it up because I want to say it correctly. I wouldn't guess yet because all you guys guessing are giving other people the answer, and I'm not looking yet. This is a 3-word answer to get $100 PayPal to you. 3-word answer. Very important one.
Hey, this is a full brick. That one's not full.
By the way, I want you to make sure after Eddie and Sam, you guys do an AAR on this. You got to write out all the things that, by the way, everybody watching, if you have a business, you work with people, anytime you make mistakes, at the end, this is what the military does. They do what's called an AAR. It stands for After Action Review. I might do that as a quiz like question. After Action Review is where you go through not everything that went correctly. We live in a world, like I said, everybody's gets so butthurt about criticism, they forget to correct their mistakes for the future. An AAR, you don't go through what you did right. I mean, you could, but you focus on what you did wrong so that you get more and more precise, and every time you attempt to do what you're doing, That Insta needs to be up. It's kind of tweaked.
Okay.
No, it's, yeah, there you go. Okay. So I was just talking to my guys, we're gonna work on an AAR after this. Most of the things went correctly and a few things went wrong. But it's okay to talk about what went wrong, because if you have high standards for yourself, then you continue to get better. Like I said, we live in a world, everybody's focused on the lowest possible standards and rewarding and, coddling and just holding everybody's hand the more mistakes they make. Well, there's some truth to that, but what about push people to success as opposed to just focus on people who don't care about success, So we got a minute left on Instagram. Let's go ahead and reset Instagram so we don't have to do it later. Somebody said Ty has a big forehead. Do I? All right, press share. And it says done saving.
Well, it will say save.
It is saving. You see the
Saving.
thing in the middle?
Oh, yeah.
You can do it again. Sometimes it like needs a save. I think you press share. It's okay. This one's not that important since we got film there. All right, up at the top. What's up, Instagram Live? We're on episode 3. We're about to give $100 out to who answers this question about the most important tip to success. Man, we've been killing it. We're back on Instagram Top Live. 100,000 people so far live have watched us on Instagram. We've been going for 3 hours almost. And we're talking about, this is the episode about making money. You changed it a little bit.
I just changed.
Oh, that's that. You
Yeah,
said
it's this
that.
camera right here.
Man, that camera pops better than that one, no? Or is it the different lens?
No, same lens.
Okay.
You fine with that?
It's just pushed in.
That's fine.
It's not a zoom.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's a little, zoom
like
out
our
a
hair.
teeny bit.
Nice.
Yeah. It's a little bit. Yeah. But I'm saying it's zoomed, isn't it?
No, I can't zoom.
Or you just have it in, what's that lens?
45 or no, 50.
What's that lens?
50. Should be on zooms. Put that in AR.
Should we put that one there and that one there?
No, they're the same focal length.
Oh. So what's wrong with it, you were saying?
I can't zoom out. I have to move the camera. We have phones here. So keep that in the frame. But this is our A cam. This is still your A cam. I was showing.
Put it more to the right there.
Okay.
Copy. If you put it more to the right, and then move this more to the left.
Ooh, it's cinematic.
Yeah, I don't want it I don't want that much detail on my face. I don't want that much close up on my damn face. No, sir. Never zoom up too close to your face unless you're a male model or you're Zach Cookman.
You got to show off all the whiskers.
Yeah, now bring that out of frame. Go back, well, further.
The live stream's just low.
Back.
Uh-oh.
So, and then how far do we have to bring this one that way?
About 2 or 3 inches. You want?
That's more too.
One
Keep
foot.
going. Keep going. There we go. Okay.
What about if you come closer to the road?
You can just, my man, you can see right there. If you see the purple, it's wrong.
Lots.
Boom. Okay. Let's try that. What do you think of that?
Is that tripod going to tip over?
No, should be fine.
All right. It's not perfect because I still kind of defeated the purpose. Yeah, you guys we need different. You need probably a 4th camera or something. There should be. It's just I like that one on top, but I don't like that one dies all the time.
Okay.
Can we screw one on top there that doesn't die?
And we can have that and have a battery connected to it, so that.
No, but that one I don't think will go continuous more than 30 minutes.
Yeah, it won't.
Yeah.
Probably the solution. You just have where's all the rest of the lenses we have?
We have plenty. This was what the package that we ran with Adrian.
What lens should we have?
We should have 24 to 70. Zoom in, zoom out. So
Okay,
we can
get some of those so we have.
Copy that.
All right, let's do this giveaway. Who's getting the money? The question is, and we're doing this on, what did I say? Instagram, I think I said.
Instagram, yeah.
Here we go, Instagram. No, I said Twitter. I said
Sure.
Twitter. Yeah. We'll come back to Instagram. We're on Twitter. Finish the last 3 words of this. It's not the strongest of the species that survives, nor the most intelligent that survives. It is the one that is most blank. 3 words. It is the one that is most 3 words. That's 1 word. Some of you ain't getting what 3 words mean. 3 words. There you go. It's that one. It was that one. Most adaptable to. Have you been running video?
No, I should have run video. I think I
Harmon.
got it. Most adaptable to change?
Yeah, but you got the second person.
No, that one, right?
Oh, barely. Run the video. There we go. No, just do the video. I don't want to do it another way. I don't care what other people think. It doesn't work. I already tried it. Chase Bald. You won. Harmon almost missed you, but by the hair of your chinny chin, you got $100. The answer is most adaptable to change. Remember, I already said the word most, so if you say that, that doesn't count as 1 of 3 words. It's not the smartest who survive. It's not the strongest who survive. You got to be able to adapt very quickly. That's who survives in the modern world. And when it comes to making money, I meet people that find one system that they think work and they can never change. You know why Kodak was put out of business by Instagram? Because this 100-year-old multi-billion-dollar brand wasn't smart enough to fucking buy Instagram. It was only $1 billion. They have $1 billion. $1 billion for them was like, 1,000 or 2,000 for you. And what happens? This was attributed to Charles Darwin. It probably wasn't Darwin who said it, but what happens in evolution when you don't adapt? What do you become? Extinct. And see, no matter, I don't care any government program, I don't care if your mom loves you and she pats you on your head anytime you make a mistake, you will go extinct financially if you're not willing to change with the times. It happened to True Religion, went bankrupt this week. True Religion, $1 billion brand, gone. Gone. Another company went bankrupt. American Apparel. American Apparel is no longer owned by an American company. It got bought for $60 million by a Canadian company. Bankrupt. Then sold to a non-American company. Why? They weren't adaptable to change. They had issues with the CEO. They in fact, American Apparel did the opposite. Everything was going great. When everything's going great, then don't change. They were killing it. They grew from 600 million in revenue, 900 million. They're one. Everybody knows American Apparel. Every person, especially women, it was a big brand for women who do most of the shopping. So you want to be big with women. If you got a choice between being big with women and big with men, 60 million they sold for at one point. And this is a sad story. I say this with no happiness. The founder was at one point worth $600 million. At the end, he said he was sleeping on a couch on a friend's house in Los Angeles. He lives right here. Because that company over-adapted. So there's a time when you want to adapt and time when you not want to adapt. Going back to reading people, sometimes, let's say your natural style is practical and their style is practical, P, then you don't have to adapt. You can just be yourself. So that's the time where you be yourself. American Apparel was an example of a brand that had brilliant marketing. I don't know if you've ever seen American Apparel billboards, but they had these ultra sexy ones. I know because a guy I know was the head of marketing. And then he quit and that company disappeared. They should have gone, he lives in Texas, they should have gone to him and said, we'll pay you $10 million a year to not quit. But they were cocky. When everything's going well, don't change the team. It's like the Golden State Warriors this year. They just won the NBA Finals. They're trying to keep everybody. They're keeping Durant. They're keeping Thompson. They just signed Iguodala. If anything, they're adding more weapons. They're not getting rid of any of them. Some of these teams are stupid out there. Some of these owners and stuff. When you got a formula that wins, don't adapt. But when you're not doing well, adapt very quickly. So for those of you financially not doing well, I can tell you when I wasn't doing well financially, it's because I was stuck in my ways. I was stubborn. And I wouldn't get with the times and change up what I'm doing. And so The second you become adaptable with reading people, all of a sudden people want to start being around you. You know what I'm saying? They want to be around you. Somebody said, Tai, you should invest in my logistics company. Maybe. So, what's another example of a company that recently didn't adapt and is gone? $100. I'm watching. I'll tell you when I see it. Let's see. They're gone. They got to be gone. Or declared bankruptcy. I already said True Religion. You can't use that one. You can't use Blockbuster. That's not recent. That's 20 years ago. Sears is not gone. Enron's a long time ago. BlackBerry's still alive. Barely, by the skin of their teeth. That might be a somewhat. Motorola, JCPenney, MySpace, Kmart. MySpace sold for $580 million. They did all right. Sports Authority. Well, Kmart always goes bankrupt and then comes back. Kmart got some weird. They know how to.
They got pictures of somebody.
Walmart is definitely not bankrupt. Either Microsoft's the second biggest company in the world. They're fine. Kodak is an example I gave. I might be missing some. I'm trying to look at 4 cameras at
What
once.
about taxi cabs?
Oh, who said that? On what app? They're not completely bankrupt, so I can't be.
Radio Shack.
Friendster, that's in 2002 they went. Borders is a while ago. Pathmark. Uber's one of the biggest companies in the world. Sega. That's a lot. People were using these long. Somebody said Nando's. Aren't they still around?
Nando's, yeah.
Not. Somebody said YouPorn. That site's bigger than ever.
Blockbuster.
Oh, here we go. I like this. There, you can stop there. Vine and Meerkat. I'm gonna give $100 to 2 people. What was his name? Fan. Ooh, you got
I got a video.
You got it. So there's the guy who said Vine and Meerkat. Meerkat was a live streaming app like what I'm doing right now. They didn't change with the times.
What did they not do?
Well, Meerkat, I don't know the exact story, but so I'm gonna guess, and I could be wrong. So Meerkat was an app like Periscope. It was an app like Facebook Live. It was a lap. They should have probably sold to, and then maybe they tried. I would have tried to sell to Facebook because the second Facebook's getting ready to do it, once they do it, people are gonna stop using Meerkat, and that's what happened. Vine didn't adapt. I mean, basically, people didn't want to use. Vine was only what, 6 seconds? I never used Vine much. Okay, it's too short. Sorry to break it to you. You ever try to do a Vine? Shit, it's like a cinema. You have to be a masterpiece and cut it 4 trillion times. Facebook started out with 15-second ones, and then Facebook adapted. Facebook, I'm gonna tell you this: Mark Zuckerberg is one smart dude. I would not mess with Mark Zuckerberg. Mark Zuckerberg is like getting in a street fight with Conor McGregor, or Rome. It isn't gonna end well. Even if you win by the hair of your chinny chin chin, you're gonna have broken nose. All your teeth are gonna be gone. There's no winning. And so Instagram sold to Mark Zuckerberg, and then was allowed. The founder Kevin Systrom is still there at Instagram now, developing the product. And Mark Zuckerberg has a lot of trust in him. And Mark Zuckerberg can fund any idea. It's a good guy to have on your side. Mark Zuckerberg's now one of the wealthiest people in the world. I'm going to tell you, just who knows what is the most classic example for $100 right now? What's the most damn adaptable company of our time right now? We're going. Let's run this thing. I'm trying to look at 4 cameras. Somebody said pay-per-view? That's the opposite. That's the opposite. I'm looking as fast as I can. I play no favorites. I can't see, so it's not my friends on here. There. It's Julio Garcia. It's Amazon. Amazon's putting jokers out. They just bought, who knows what they just bought?
Whole Foods.
They bought Whole Foods for, I think, what was it, 14 billion or something like that. And Amazon, Google what Jeff Bezos' net worth is. 80 billion. This dude is younger than Bill Gates and Warren Buffett and almost caught up to them. Jeff Bezos is a machine of adaptability. I mean, this guy is even worse to compete with than Mark Zuckerberg. I would say the two people I wouldn't want to compete with right now, first is Jeff Bezos from Amazon, and second is because not only are they very smart, but they got money. They're like a bully who not only is aggressive, but is 350 pounds of lean muscle and bench press 600 pounds and is a pro boxer, kickboxer, MMA fighter. You're in big trouble. Now, let's go back to our original thing. We're talking about how this applies to you personally. Well, it applies to you personally because you need to get around people, maybe not Jeff Bezos, he's going to be hard to reach. Maybe not Mark Zuckerberg, but you need some mentors in your life, and you got to be putting in the time to find them. Mark Zuckerberg, who knows one of the defining moments for Mark Zuckerberg? What happened? Because Facebook, if you know the story, started really, I think, around 2004.
Didn't like they crash it at Harvard when he was making it at Harvard?
Yeah, so they were at Harvard. That was a defining moment. He basically launched it to get girls. They thought, I mean, that's one of the theories. I think Mark Zuckerberg denies that, but he's married. He probably got to deny that. He told his wife he built his business. So I don't know the exacts. It's hard to know. There's a lot of rumors, but I will tell you what we do know. There was a point, I think it was between 2004 and 2008 when he launched it. 2008 is when Facebook really took over. It's when they launched their advertising platform. They started to monetize. I know I was one of the first people fortunate enough to be monetizing Facebook and doing Facebook ads back in 2008, 2009. What happened in between? And they had a crisis. Facebook was by no means going to become the company that now has 2 billion customers. They have 2 billion registered users on it. It's almost, do the math on that. That's basically a little under 1 out of 3 people in the world are on Facebook. And he reached a crisis that he didn't, before all that success. What did Mark Zuckerberg do? Who knows? Someone said bought Instagram. No, that was like in 2013 or something, around there. He met with Sean Parker. That's a pretty good answer. I'm gonna give him $100. One thing I've learned today, it's this guy, Fayazak. I've learned YouTube got some smart. YouTube has the most annoying commenters, but it also has the smartest ones. No offense to everybody else, but I'm gonna have to do some more. You press cancel. Fayazak. You have to scroll down if you want. So he said met with Sean Parker. That's a correct answer. He also met with a decent businessman named Steve Jobs, the founder of Amazon, which is the #1 company in the world.
Steve Jobs, the founder of Amazon, he said.
Of Apple, thank you. So the founder of Facebook was lost. He was a young guy in his 20s. What did he do? He turned to more successful people and he began to do business networking and hang out with them and ask them questions. And they helped him, Steve Jobs, Sean Parker, gave him advice that helped him help Facebook grow through growing pains. And I don't know where you are in life, but you might be experiencing financial growing pains. One of the ways you get out of your financial growing pains, you got to be humble enough to go to some people that are more successful with you, speak in their language. If they're a practical person, you need to speak slower, put less pressure on them. If they're an action person, you can get hyped and be all crazy. If they're a social person, an S person, you need to be funny and jolly and lighthearted. It looks like Facebook. What happened to Facebook Live? Is it streaming for you guys okay?
Yeah.
It's frozen on the screen here. It's frozen? Oh, there. It's good now. Is it better now? And then if they're an E, an emotional person, don't be so aggressive with them. Let them come, be relaxed, be introverted. And that's very, very important for each of you. You learn this pace system. Somebody said the floor is lava. Zach, the floor is lava!
I'm not falling for that again.
Well, you can just lift your feet up.
Oh.
Zach didn't want to even do that. Zach, is your mom here? Hello.
Yeah, she's here.
We've been telling Zach stories. Zach's mom is here. What?
Here to make sure I stop doing what I was doing on the first 2 podcasts.
Zach stopped swearing.
gonna get yelled at tonight.
Zach's mom visiting. Here's my.
She comes to visit. And
This is Zach's effect on his mom. His mom's most common phrase is, Zach, you're representing the family. Does Zach always represent the family correctly?
No.
No. Oh, Zach, you need a family mentor, man. Okay. Somebody said that is so funny. Let's take some questions. That's why I want to talk about the pace. Let's take some questions. We'll start with the room. If anybody has questions on reading people or just in general, making more money, get money in your bank account. Money's not everything, but you will never be financial. You will never have freedom if you're completely broke. Money's not everything, but you will never have real freedom if you're completely broke. It just doesn't work that way. If you look at the causes of slavery and poverty and things like this, part of it, it removes freedom from people, which creates a self-perpetuating cycle. The more you enslave people, I think we should reset Facebook. Let's reset Facebook, Sam. You know what I think it is? You got to unplug that charger. There's certain chargers that fry the phone. So unplug that out of Facebook. I bet you that'll solve it. For some of you, we're getting ready to give away the iPhone 7 Plus. Yeah, 256-bit.
Should it start over the live?
That one's a biatch. Is it frozen on your thing too?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Facebook. Speaking of the power of Facebook, now it's all frozen. That's why the viewers drop. When it's, look at that. That's kind of cool. It's just pixelated and going. Choo, choo. It looks like a Charlie Chaplin movie from the 1920s.
Like you're in a strobe light or something.
Yeah. So just press finish, and then post it, and then you can turn it back on. We're about done. How long is this final session? Are we at an hour? Yeah, for the future, you got to have enough phones here. Go buy plenty of phones and plenty of timers. You should have that on because I want to know. I want each session to be exactly an hour. So I have no idea.
We're at 3:23.
Which phone says that?
The recorder.
Oh, so we had a few
But we
breaks
started
though.
a little bit, yeah.
So we're gonna go for about 10 more minutes.
So it's still loading.
Did you close every other app in there?
That was the only one open.
That
Maybe
must
speed
have
test,
to
that's
kill.
it.
No, there's other apps open. There's 1, 2. You gotta double click it. You might need to reset this phone. I'm gonna reset this one. I think the default is it posts it anyway, even if you don't press it. So we're in the final 10 minutes, and we're giving out the iPhone 7, episode 3. These, if you missed some of this, I'm gonna have it on my SoundCloud. I'm gonna have it on my podcast. Yeah, that's the worst connection I've ever seen. That one. I think that causes some of the problems. See that?
Yeah. There's like a buzz.
For all that money we spent, Zach, they give you dollar store connections.
No, I think it's that adapter because mine's acting up too. I think it's that particular. Well, I'll get a new round of them.
Okay, you plug this back in, because you're at 1%, and reset. Just call it episode 3. All right, who needs an iPhone 7? No one here can win. I hear somebody. Did you say it? Can't be in this room and win the prizes. That goes against some law. I'm not sure what it is, but surprise, Tai won all the awards.
Can you hold this one real quick? I gotta replace.
So far you gave away.
Doesn't look like it's.
Damn, I've given away $1,800 plus these 2 prizes, which are probably worth $200-300 each. So let's call that $2,000 plus a phone. I'm giving away $3,000 worth of stuff, $1,000 an episode. Damn, I might have got carried away. What's wrong?
It's not charging on that group. I'm gonna plug in.
Yeah, just what is that weird hot towel thing? I wouldn't use that little adapter. You should have one running 2, and you should have another one running 2. You don't, you know, those have super long cables. You can lay them on the ground and just, they have 2 plugs in them. anytime you go from adapter to adapter to adapter, something is bound to go wrong, man. My stepdad taught me that a long time ago. He's like, never buy like a stove, microwave, you know, freezer, like all combined in one. It's like one thing breaks, it blows up the whole thing.
And we'll just put this brick on the ground.
Yeah, this sound.
I think we can just plug it in.
Zach bought $3,000 microphones with 40-cent adapters. Thank you, Zach. This is great. This thing looked like Zach soldered it together himself.
Well, I got the good microphones, but I got the great.
Zach,
Good.
Zach has the great one on his own. He gave me the worst one.
That one fell out of the wall.
You got power.
Is that good?
Yeah.
Someone said, Ty, thank you for being you. Good job, Zach. Does Zach have an eye problem because he's wearing sunglasses? Your son's sunglasses are affecting people.
Angry.
Can you see that? Is it? Press start if you're ready.
Wait, it says episode part 3. Isn't it episode 103?
Yes.
Part 2 or something. Oh, one little shout out. Friday and Saturday, I'm doing my 2-day 10K master plan seminar. Who wants to come to my house and learn in person how to build a business? I've got a $10,000 program for 2 days. Next Friday and Saturday, 8 days from now, or whenever you're listening. You might be listening. You can check my website for the next one. I'm showing people, I'm giving them my exact formula to build businesses. Some people say, is it worth 10 grand? Well, this master plan made me a lot of money, a lot more than 10 grand.
All right, part 3.
10 grand an hour. Okay, yeah. It's a little weird clicking this. There we go. What's up, Facebook? We're back. We're giving away the iPhone 7 now. I've been going for 3 hours on my podcast. If you missed some of the podcast, it'll be up on SoundCloud and iTunes in a second. Not a second, but a couple days. 3 hours. We're talking now. We're wrapping up. And I'm taking questions from the live audience here. And I'm taking questions from you. This is the making money session. Any questions? I've talked about how to use business networking to make more money. Get more money in your bank account. No freedom when you have no money. Trust me, I have gone through different phases financially. I've been in the phase of making $10 a month. And then I've been in the phase of making $10,000 a month, and then $100,000, and then $1 million a month and beyond. So I empathize with you if you're struggling right now, but I also got to give you the tough love that somebody gave me, because I could just empathize and just say, you know what, the world's unfair, and it is unfair. And I could tell you that the government makes a lot of mistakes, and the government does make a lot of mistakes. And I could just tell you that the system is rigged, that the rich get richer, and that is true. The rich do get richer. And I could say that there's some Illuminati people. I don't actually believe in that. Although 60% of people on my Twitter poll think I'm in the Illuminati. But I have to ask people, do you think I'd do a Twitter poll if I was actually in the Illuminati? You think a mafia guy's gonna do a Twitter poll? I'm in the Sopranos. Do you think I? So
Should I feed him to the rats or give him the secret?
give them to the pigs. So yes to all of those things except the Illuminati. I don't believe in the Illuminati. There's no Illuminati anymore because there's iPhones, and so people would just record it. Trust me. So probably there was an Illuminati about 50 years ago. The Facebook phone needs to inch a little bit more. Oh, is it? No, the other way. There you go. So all those things are true, and all the excuses about why we're broke are true. But my question is, so what? What are you going to do? You think the government's going to change over? You think politicians are going to suddenly become people who care about you? They haven't really cared about us ever. Maybe George Washington or something, Abraham Lincoln. And I'm not saying all presidents are bad people, but what I'm saying is, in general, people care about themselves. The sooner you learn that, the happier you'll be. I promise you, Obama or Donald Trump, if you couldn't pay the rent, ain't writing you a check. They're just not. Maybe they'll make a government program that kind of helps a small amount of people, but I found the best thing to do when I don't like something in my life is try to work on it myself, because I'll pay the most attention to it. So what questions you have related to money, we've got about a couple 100,000 people have been watching this live, and we have people in the room. So we'll start with people in the room. No question is off limits. No question's too dumb. Try to stay on the subject of money, but we never know where these sessions might go. First question, grab the mic, introduce yourself, what you do. Some of these are employees who work for me. Some aren't back there, but yes, introduce yourself.
All right, my name is Kyle. I work in customer support, and
Hold
Put
the
it
mic
real close to your mouth.
I'm Kyle, and I work for customer support. My question is, how beneficial has the rule of thirds been in both your personal and business development life,
So the question is,
as far as money?
the rule of 33%. This, if you've seen my TEDx talk, I gave a TEDx talk, and I basically say you should spend 33% of your time around people below your level of success, 33% of the time around people on your level, and 33% of the time around people more successful than you. And that is kind of what I was talking about today about reading people. The hardest 33% is people above your level, and that is probably the number one thing that people don't do or learn. So I would say it's 50% of the cause of whatever success I've had. Some people are a lot more successful than me, and some are less. So at least 50% of it comes from other people giving you their insight. Good question. Next question. We can bounce around and have to go in order. And then I'll take some here on live too. If you see any good questions, let me know.
Hi, this is Brian. I'm also part of the marketing team. I would just have a general question on how to manage money better. Like, what are like your 3 top tips on managing money?
3 top tips practically on managing money. Is that Buzz?
I don't know what your was.
She's there.
I think it's that adapter. Oh,
Maybe it's that mic? So you should turn that mic off when they're not using it.
Can you turn it
yeah,
off?
he
I'm
does.
gonna turn it off, so.
You're not talking about the refrigerator.
No, I hear it. It's this. See, look, when I go, yeah, throw these out.
Yeah.
Don't keep them either.
All right.
It'll be fun.
Good God. Look at that. See when you go like that? Okay, we're just gonna go with it. Money handling tips, money making, just practical stuff. So I'd say the first thing is set up some kind of automated withdrawals from your bank account into another bank that you can't get access to very easily. So let's say you have Bank of America or whatever. Go to Chase, open up a bank, and then set a bank account, a savings account. Burn the debit card that they give you. Burn the credit card, and don't make an online login. Why? Because then it's a pain in the butt to go get that money. You got to go to the bank. Then just start with whatever you can, auto drafting out of your main bank account, even $10 a month. At least it's the mental habit that's being formed. You're changing the neural pathways in your brain. If your mic's better, let's switch mics.
No, it's the adapter. Mine's bad too. You
So-
gotta do some kind of finagling with it.
I wonder if we just switch to that.
The audio's fine. It's just it's what you're hearing in your head.
Oh, so
It's
the audio is fine.
adapter.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
I don't care about me. Okay.
But pull the mic a little closer to you for the podcast.
So you set up this auto withdrawal out of your main, let's say Bank of America is your main one. You take $10 a month or $100 or $1,000. You send it over to this other bank account that you can't get freaking access to. And that, of course, you could theoretically go to the bank and walk in person, and some people will do that, but at least you're getting in the habit of forcing some savings. On that note, you asked for 3 tips. That was number 1. Number 2 tip that I would say is create even more forced savings. So another type of forced savings is buying something. Okay? That could be a house, that could be a car. I don't care if just something you're obligated to do that's building value. So you can buy a house. A lot of people don't realize how easy it is to buy a small house nowadays. Now, I'm not guaranteeing you this is going to make you rich, because it's not. Buying one little house, but it's going to teach you some things. You can buy a house in most places, even Los Angeles County. If you go outside the main city and you go out to Riverside, or you go out to, if you're in San Diego, you go out to Temecula, you can get starter houses for 100 to 200, let's say 200 grand, which sounds like a lot, but the bank will give you money for it. And there's a lot of, depending on your situation, there's sometimes government assistance in the form of special loans for first-time house buyers, meaning you don't have to have the best credit, and sometimes you hardly have to put any money down. Like, you know, sometimes zero. It used to be easier to do this, but you can still do it. For especially, you can't do this if you try to buy 100 homes, because investment properties, banks lend money differently. You usually have to put a big deposit down, or you have to get private investors. But buy something because a home, even though it won't make you rich, is a great forced saving program. Okay? You could do it with a car too. Cars don't hold value as much, generally, unless they're collector, but they help you build your credit. And so you get a car. You know that I saw downtown by the Laker game, you can get a car. By the Staples Center, there was a car deal all last year, $100 a month. Man, $100 a month, you can get a job at McDonald's and afford that. And cars, the only thing different about cars versus houses, with cars, you don't need such great credit, because they'll repossess the car if you don't. So they have their basic, what you call surety. They're sure they're gonna get some value back, because they'll take the car back. So I think forced savings, because a lot of people will tell you don't ever go in debt. Well, that's not true. A lot of people you just have to have smart debt. There's dumb debt and smart debt. And Sam Walton, the richest man of our time, $160 billion, he's dead now, but he's richer than Bill Gates. He's richer than Mark Zuckerberg. He's richer than Jeff Bezos from Amazon. He was in debt till he was 60, but he used the debt to build buildings. He built one Walmart, then he went to a bank, borrowed, and it forced him to not spend the money on stupid stuff. He was investing it in things that had potential to make him more money. So I think that people, you know, if you're making $2,000 a month, buy a house, buy a small house. Now, maybe on that note, let's say number 3, how do you make an investment like that? Because you could be scared. But here's the beautiful thing about houses now. Get some roommates. Buy a 3-bedroom house. You live in one room and rent it out for $200 a month. If you do no contract rentals, just do a background check on the people. You can do background checks. Make sure you're not getting somebody who's going to murder you or something like that in your house. But you just do a simple background check. There's companies that do it online. There's people that will even do it for you. You buy a house for, in some parts of the country, like Las Vegas, you could buy a house for 30 grand at one point, 50 grand. If you live in Iowa, you can buy houses for 50 grand. Buy it. You get a lot of tax incentives in the U.S. tax code. Legally, the IRS gives you lots of tax breaks for home ownership, especially a home you're going to live in. If you try to do investment stuff, some of this stuff doesn't apply, and that comes later. But get yourself a home, and then if the money, so let's say, just approximately, let's say, and this is not an exact, well, let's do it online. I'll show you how to do this. Everybody pull out their phone, go to mortgage, just type this in, mortgage amortization table, calculator. Mortgage, it's a fancy word, it'll fill it in for you. Mortgage amortization calculator. And this will help you calculate how much this is gonna cost you. So mortgage amortization, the first thing that comes up is bank rate. They always come up in Google for some reason. So you just type in, let's just say, because we have people in different places, let's just put $150,000 in, or this comes a default of 165. Let's do 165,000. You can get a 30-year loan, and current interest rates are roughly 4.5%. By the way, you can buy a house when you're under 18 legally. You got to have your parents' involved, but it's completely legal as long as you do it legally. So you could start. They're one of the richest men in America, J.R. Simplot. Was it H.R. Simplot? J.R. I think it's J.R. Simplot. Before my time, but this dude was buying farms at 9. At 9, he bought a farm. He had sheep. He took all the sheep that were sick from farmers. So he said, I'll take them for free. And these farmers were like, great, I don't have to feed them. These are sick sheep. So they gave him, he ended up collecting whatever, 10, 20, 100 sheep this guy has, which is awesome, right? Then he nursed them back to health one by one because he was 9, didn't have anything to do in the summer. Took all of them, sold it, made enough money. He bought his first piece of land. He said he had 2 employees in their 30s when he was 9. He said it was hard to get them to listen to him. I think
Give me a peanut butter sandwich.
Yeah, he was under 12. He might not have been 9, but he was under 12. I remember that going. And by the way, this guy died one of the richest men in history. In fact, he used to love to buy farms and land. Buying land is great. You buy land, you do it right. Land's always valuable, especially if it's good land, not swamp land or something. Can you turn the Insta phone a little bit towards me? That way. It's tilted a little bit out. Yeah. So this guy, he used to fly in his airplane later, fly over farms and land all across America, and he'd go, ooh, that one looks pretty from up here. So they landed in one field. He gets out. He was so rich, he just sent other people, go knock on their door. So they landed like in the middle of a field, 1 mile from the farmhouse. They walk. This is like in Montana or Indiana or Idaho or something. They walk, knock on the door, then they come back to the billionaire and they say, sir, you already own this farm. This dude owned so much land, he could fly for a long time and not find stuff he didn't. I think he died with 1 million acres he owned. 1 million. So that's a lot. Or some crazy coup. And that's America. Like you could buy $1 million worth of Australian desert land for probably $50, but it's desert, right? Not really 50, but he bought good land. And he started under 18. That's another problem in the system. We all start, I didn't start till I was out of high school. I should have started when I was young. Young people are smart. I'm no smarter now than I was at 14. And scientists have found that your IQ peaks at 14. People argue with me. I'm like, you are an idiot if you argue with me. Why? The IQ test that's most commonly used is called the Stanford-Binet test. It was developed by a guy named, I think, Alfred Binet, B-I-N-E-T. He invented the IQ test, and he said in his findings, your IQ peaks at 14. I always love with people who argue with me that know nothing. They haven't read a book in 4 years, but they're very sure. We all know that guy is very sure about sports, but this dude couldn't make a basket. I remember when me and Zach were at a game. It was the Spurs-Clippers game in the playoffs. Well, what year was that? 14? 2013?
Yeah, 15.
15. Zach is the year guy. There's a dude in front of us that knew nothing about basketball, and he finally pissed me off. First of all, he was so loud, he was disturbing everybody. And he was calling everybody down on the floor by their nickname. So I had to sit here. I'm not even a Clipper. I like the Clippers, but I'm a Laker fan, but I'm an LA fan. This dude, I had to hear 2 hours of this guy going, Timmy! Good job, Tim. Finally, I was like, dude, you know nothing about that. I could hear what he was talking about. Dude, because people were getting up and leaving. I was like, shut the fuck up, man. You don't know basketball, and you don't know Tim Duncan. Don't be calling him Timmy. And he turned around and he goes, well, how many rings do you Clipper fan have compared to me? I said, you have no rings.
No, he said, he said, look at all the Clipper banners.
Oh yeah, he was making fun because the Clippers don't have any rings, and he's talking about how his Spurs. I said, sir, you have no rings. You are not a player. You are in the stands. Anyway, don't get me started on this thing. But so if you're under 18, get your parents' permission. You can buy a house. There is no law. America, that's one good thing about America. Some of you watching from other countries like France, it's like, fuck, it's messed up. It's complicated. That's why they have 20 to 30% unemployment. Part of the reason, not all the reason, but part of the reason that they're having just as many shootings as America, but they only have a small percentage of the population, is because when people are unemployed, they get desperate. You know, a lot of ISIS stuff is poverty. Poor people commit more crimes in part because their backs to the wall, and you put people's backs to the wall, they want to get money. Or they want to take revenge on people who have more money than them. So one of the beauties of the United States, and a lot of countries are this way, there's no law at what age you can start. You can start, the founder of McDonald's, Ray A. Kroc, started at 52 years old. He started McDonald's. He was a traveling salesman to his 52. There's no law on how old. You could be an old person and never have done that well financially, and you can end up, he became the richest man in America. And on the flip side, you can be very young, and like I said, you got to follow a few more rules. You do need, in general, you need your parents' permission unless you're like, you know, Pippi Longstocking and you somehow are declared independence. Can't you do that now under 18? Yeah, you get a lawyer. I don't know about all that, how you do it. But the beautiful thing is, look at this math. You put in the calculator, you can buy homes in the United States, a lot of them for $165,000. You get a 30-year loan. It's amortized out, so every month you pay a little interest and you pay some of the debt of the bank. Right now you can borrow money at 4.5%. That means you can get a house that costs you $863 a month. That's not that much. So if you have a job making $2,000 a month, generally banks will let you loan roughly 25 to 30-ish% of your income. So if you make a $2,000 a month, they'll generally let you get a house where the payments are around, to get this house you probably need to be making more like $3,000 a month. But $3,000 a month is not that much money. Okay? People in this room, you're making more than $3,000 a month, right? So everybody here, you could, and remember, you can buy a house even where you don't necessarily live if you want to do an investment, but it's better to start out with a home that you own. And then 863, so here's what you do. You get a 3-bedroom house. You take the smaller room in there, because look, when you're broke, don't try to live like you're rich. Now I got a room, master bedroom above this place is bigger than any place I ever had, I think, growing up. I think the square footage on my master bedroom now is bigger than the mobile home that I lived in. It's probably 1,700 to 2,000 square feet when you count the bathrooms. But when I was starting out, you do what you got to do at the beginning. If you don't have money, take the smallest room, rent the other 2 rooms out. A great, if you want to be safe with roommates, if you get a place near a college university, get some female grad students. Because grad students, they need to study all the time. And get females, because let's face it, men are more crazy. If I had to have a stranger in my house, I mean, there's some crazy women, don't get me wrong. But if I had to have a choice between Bubba and Betty that I never met, sleeping next door to my room, you know, I'm taking Betty, because I want to wake up and got Bubba drinking with an axe murderer, you know, pose on top of your bed.
I like where you're going with this. Get a house and then get 2 female roommates.
There you go. Or you could use, like Zach, you could use that as a dating technique. No, don't do that, actually. I know guys that do that. It's a horrible technique, because don't mix your money with your dating. Get a good renter in there. So let's say a lot of people don't have good credit. So you could charge them, or they're just staying for a temporary amount of time, or even longer, and you could rent them a room for $400 a month. Now, 2 people in your place, that means you're paying $36 a month out of your own money for the house. Now, sometimes there'll be vacancies, so it doesn't quite. Sometimes I'm looking at a house that I can buy right now, and I can rent it out and positive cash flow, make $5,000 a month profit. So that means people are paying the mortgage for me, and I get an extra $5,000. Now that's harder to do. That's not as common. But with this right here, you can do this. And guess what? Here's an advantage. It forces you, because you have some debt, to be responsible. It forces you to not be an idiot with your money. When all your other friends are going and spending their money on stupid stuff, you're like, no, man, I got a house. I got an investment. And then here's what happens. You smart with your money for a year or 2. The bank starts raising your credit. TransUnion, Equifax. These credit companies see, Zach pays his bills. And they start raising your credit score. Now, I got a guy right now WhatsApping me who I met, people come up to me all the time just at random places and have business pitches. And this guy, I've been following him. I like this kid because I like his business idea. Basically, this is crazy. He's not even buying property. He's going around the world, America. Now he said Netherlands is great. So you're getting paid to travel the world. He rents places and he tells the landlord, I'm gonna Airbnb this. Will you let me? You gotta ask him, because if you rent it from him and there's a clause that you can't sublet it, then they can kick you out. But he tells them up front, I'm gonna Airbnb this, but I'll be responsible for the damages. So he Airbnbs, he doesn't even own the house. He puts it under contract. Then every month, he subleases it or Airbnbs it with the app Airbnb. I just said, how much money you made? He said, Tai, I made $250,000 in the last 6 months profit, and I'm now currently, $250,000 I think in the last year. He's currently netting $9,000 a month while he travels the world after all his expenses paid. See, that's with a little more complicated strategy. This strategy I'm talking about is a great one. And most countries, I know, I got a guy in my real estate program, me and Cole Hatter. He's in Sweden, young guy in his early 20s. He's made $20,000 a month. Got a guy in Texas, Jose. I flew him out here. You've probably seen a video on my Snapchat. This dude made he's made $30,000 in his first, I think, 2 months. He's a Mexican guy. I think all his family's from Mexico. He said nobody in my family has ever even seen 30 grand in a month. He said my family laughed at me when I started doing it, and he said now they respect me. Things started to change. People who laughed at you before, trust me, you throw a few stacks up in the air, people go from laughing to asking if you're hiring. Hustle till your haters ask if you're hiring. It's a powerful principle. So, going back, this is a long answer to your question. I'm gonna take one more and then we're done. Armin's asleep, falling asleep on me. But this is good content. I record it one time now. I'm way better at night, unfortunately, for speaking. But this is helpful, right?
Yeah.
This is a practical strategy. Even we have 2 people under 18. Andy's here and his 2 kids are here. You guys could do this. What?
Make sure I'm over 18.
Andy's over 18. Did you? Andy wanted all the single women to know that he's available. So we'll take one last question, and let me take this question from the live cameras. Someone said, happily watching from the Philippines. Someone said, Tai, take me as your apprentice. Bring this a little closer to me so I can. Questions, and then we're gonna give away this iPhone 7. I resell high-end clothing such as Supreme, Bape. Making money sporadic. Well, you need probably either to expand the business by getting other people running it for you so you can move on and do another business, or if you got it's only part-time, if one thing stops making you money, it's time to move on. Okay, how do you remain positive when things don't always go great? Is that a good question to answer?
I don't think it's related to anything.
The person clearly doesn't have things going great, and now y'all go.
Well, the youngest person in the room, how old are you?
I'm 14.
For Andy's daughter, Andy's here and his daughter's 14, and she shook her head yes to that. So this is related to making money, and I'll tell you why. They have found that things like depression, anxiety, fear are negatively correlated with financial success. Okay? That means if who here has ever been depressed, honestly, even temporarily? Raise your hand. Okay, if you've ever been depressed, it's hard to do anything. Like, you could hear a good idea, like we're talking about how to invest maybe in your first home, things like that. If you are mentally out of it, you can't do anything. And one of the big realizations, scoot it back a teeny bit for that I realized from doing a lot of social media, you know that you can just see, Sam. You don't have to ask. There you go. So that's not good.
I can't see this though.
There, that's fine.
That's good.
One of the big revelations I've had over the last 2 years when I've really done social media, I think I've reached over 200 million people just on Facebook, actually. But in terms of people seeing videos, commenting, interacting, things like that. What I found is that depression, fear, and anxiety is a way bigger issue than I realized. Because I tend to be kind of like a high energy person. So I've been depressed and anxious before, but some people have it bad. So I'm not an expert on this, but I have had enough experience to give maybe a few thoughts on this. And this is if you want to make more money, you got to have energy. That I know for a fact. Scientists have proven over and over. In fact, a lot of wealthy people have what's called hypomania. Now, it sounds worse than it is. Hypomania is not an actual negative disease. It's not hyperactivity, but it's similar. Hypomania is the ability to like lock in and do stuff for a long time, years, weeks. When most people give up, you're still like, ah. And so my cousin Maya says I have hypomania. And when I first heard it, I was like, oh no. And then I read about it and I was like, oh, it's not that bad to have. So the opposite of hypomania would be like depression. Not exactly the opposite, they're a little bit different, but they're similar. One of the classic symptoms of depression, if you read about it in any textbook, I buy a lot of textbooks, medical ones, anything, I'm curious. One of the number one symptoms a doctor uses to diagnose depression is, have you lost energy? Have you lost your will to do stuff? Have you lost your motivation and ambition? So whether you're, like I said, I'm not an expert on depression, but I know that you need the opposite to really make money. Because to make money, to go out and buy a house, your first one, you got to have a little energy because no one's going to do it for you. So you got to have the will one day to get out of bed and go, well, this sounds crazy and none of my friends have done this, but I'm going to be the first one and I'm going to go do it. Well, okay. Or I'm going to start my first business, right? If you're completely depressed, you're not going to do that very well. So sometimes depression is medical, meaning no amount of books, nothing I could say will fix it. Sometimes you need a doctor, and they got all kinds of complicated things they do nowadays that I know not of. Zach, the usual thing. But some class of people, some percentage of people, it's fixable, it goes away on its own. That's also in medical textbook. A good bit of depression goes away over time. And here's my advice. If you are depressed, number one, it goes back to what I said before. Don't hang out with depressed friends. You notice in high schools, like goth people or like people who are kind of like depressed, that's kind of like they only hang out with goth and emo people or whatever. I'm like, no. Now you could obviously have some, but if you're in a social circle that's only like you and you're not pushing yourself, you're not going to get the rewards. And so what you got to do is say, all right, I'm kind of a depressive person. I'm going to have a few friends that are kind of like me, and I'm going to have a few friends that are the exact opposite, that are always bubbly. And here's what happens. Depressed people see always bubbly people, and they're like, oh, they're an idiot. They don't understand what I understand. Well, good. You want the people that don't understand your worldview because you don't always want to be around people who have the same worldview as you. I try to surround myself with super Republican people like Zach. Super Trump lovers. Rome, as you guys see, who's around here a lot, he hates Trump. I mean, I actually get scared sometimes for Zach because Rome is big, 315 pounds, and I can see Zach saying his little things. And if Zach wasn't friends with Rome, you might see a man flying through the air. Rome's one of those dudes that could toss Zach. We could do one of those, you know, those midget tossing things. We could have a Zach tossing thing. Is it not right to say midget? Sorry. Small person toss. I don't know what the hell it's called. Mexican midget toss.
Person shorter than me toss.
Yes.
It's a safe way.
But I like to be around a variety of people. I have some friends that don't care about money at all. You know, I lived with the Amish for 2 years. The Amish are they're not anti-money, but they are very Christian, so they think they're very much that money is the root of all evil kind of thing. Not exactly, but you don't talk about making money around Amish. They're much more around about family and other important things. And so the average Amish person probably makes 20 grand a year, and as you grow up, you're not necessarily encouraged that no one talks about becoming a millionaire or anything like that. So we got 2 minutes left as we're wrapping up the Instagram. And so when you change your social circle, whether you're depressed, whether you're broke, huge results come. If you don't know anybody that would help you change your social circle for whatever reason, you can start with online stuff. I was watching YouTube videos today of Ray Dalio. He's the $20 billion man. I can watch free YouTube videos. I also hire people. I got paid trainers and consultants, whether it's for my body, for my brain, for my business, that I'm also spending money on. So you got to do a combination. With the modern world and technology, you can change yourself. Even you guys watching live or listening later on the podcast, this is you changing your environment. 100 years ago, you couldn't do this. If you lived in a little town in Nebraska or a little town in Sweden, you weren't going to interact with somebody here in Los Angeles. So use the tools that are available to you. So I want to thank you guys. And now we are giving away this iPhone. We got 50 seconds to do it. Pick a number between 1 and 4.
3.
3. It's going to be an Instagram giveaway. Press that close button quickly. All right, here we go. So the third camera, they picked a random number. They didn't know I was going to do that. Everybody head to Instagram. You have 36 seconds for me to give this away. Okay, run the video. It's running. I'm going to ask a question. I'm going to say something simple. No, you know what? I'm going to just randomly pay this forward. So you guys yell out 1, 2, 3, and whoever my finger stops on wins the iPhone 7. Head over to Instagram.
1, 2, 3.
I pinned it. I didn't even look. Oh, it says paused. Oh! Oh! We gotta go back. Instagram died. Oh, I've never had that. I couldn't see who won. No, we have to keep picking it. That is the unluckiest person in the history of the world. No. We have to do it over.
Whoever that was.
Me, 47, sorry.
I gotta Snapchat this. The unluckiest person in the world just almost won this iPhone 7 on Instagram Live. I'm giving this away. You got time now to head over to Instagram.
The
unluckiest person in the world. I was about to announce the winner of the iPhone 7 on Instagram Live, and Instagram cut off. I don't know who got the phone, so I gotta do it again.
Oh, that's okay.
I'm sorry. Come back, whoever you were. My man, it's a sign from the universe that you, I don't know, maybe you don't, something you did, you got some karma issues. Somebody, it's a sign from the universe. They must have some karma issues that the universe shut off, or God or whoever, shut off the Instagram so they didn't win this. Damn. I got witnesses that I didn't do that. We got 20 people in this room. Everybody should be heading over to Instagram. Somebody said, what the F is going on? Somebody said it was probably me. Don't say that about yourself. Have some trust in yourself. Okay, we're going to do this a little more methodically now because I only had like a minute left. So I'm going to do a little quiz. A quiz. I've given away how much money? This is $3,000 worth of cash and prizes I gave away today on my live. Woo! $1,000 an hour I gave away. I gave away about $1,000 in cash, and I gave away a Beats by Dre Solo 2. I gave a Hero 4 Silver, and then I gave iPhone 2. This is iPhone 2. It was iPhone 2. I gave away an iPhone 7. iPhone 7. By the way, go watch in a couple days. I'm releasing the first of my Instagram. First of my podcast SoundCloud episodes that I just recorded. I recorded 3 ones. They're about an hour and a half each. Okay, they're free to listen to. 256 gigabyte. I'm gonna make this a little crazy. We're gonna narrow it down to 2 people, and then we're gonna pick the one. No, that'll be too hard. I realize there's too many comments. Scratch that idea. Dun, dun, dun. Should we ask a quiz question? Yeah, let's ask a question. Who's been watching and paying attention to the last 3 hours? So here's the question. Everybody who's watching on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter Live, head to IG, at Tai Lopez. Okay, I see the numbers dropping. Everybody's getting off Twitter and headed over to Instagram Live. Okay, by the way, if you're not following me on Snapchat, I gave away like $500 today or $300 on Snapchat. It's at Tai Lopez. Isabella said, I quit. I haven't even started, Isabella. Isabella quit before I started.
I'm done.
Okay, here's what my question is going to be. Based on the last 3 hours, because remember I told you, for those of you who stayed through the full thing, I'm going to reward you. I keeping my word, man of my word. I told you I'm not just going to give this. I'm glad it cut out because now I can really be sure that I do, that I really give the reward to somebody who I said I would. So here's the question. If you've been listening, you'll instantly know the answer on Instagram. And you'll instantly have the chance to win. The question is, what year was the Bolshevik Revolution? I'm gonna pin it. What year was the I talked about, you know, making money. I talked about the lessons of history to apply to today to make more money and success. Somebody said, damn it, that is not. No, wrong, almost, my man. Somebody said 350,000. There we go. We got it. I'm pinning it. The first person on Instagram, Sanchit B15. I need to know about this guy. We're sending you an iPhone. I don't know if you're where you live, but Sanchit B said 1917. You got to know a little bit about history. School ruined it for us. We don't like history. Remember what Ray Dalio, the $20 billion hedge fund investor, said. He knows what to invest in the future because he said everything repeats itself. You want to make money, you got to know the past because then you know what to invest in the future. Everything's a cycle. Everything's a cycle. Today in the news, America is potentially going to war with North Korea. The beginning of that was in 1917. Communism rose up, and then it caused World War II. One of the causes of World War II, besides Adolf Hitler, was Joseph Stalin. Then it caused the Korean War in the 1950s. Then it caused the 1960s. It caused the Vietnam War. And now here we are. The lessons of history come full circle. You got to be smart. Thank you so much for being here. I don't know, we probably had 100,000 to 200,000. I'm not sure. I have been a hard time keeping track. I'll have to add it up. But I know it's at least 200,000. So watch for my podcast. By the way, my new entrepreneur program is just launching. It's the Entrepreneur Starter Kit. I don't even know if I have the link on my website. I sent out an email. If you're not on my email list, go to tailopez.com. I send stuff first there. Get first active. I'm going to give you 20 business ideas. I had 10. Now I got 20 businesses that you can start, how to start them in under 2 months. In fact, I want you to start them in 2 weeks. For those of you who want to launch a business, I'm going to give you 20 business ideas. Where eventually I'll have 30 in there that you can do full-time or part-time, no matter where your age is, where you live. Watch for that email. Watch for it on my Snapchat too. If you're not watching Snapchat, Snap I post to first. So you want the first chance to win at Tai Lopez. And by the way, I'm giving 7 people $100. I've already given 3 people. Somebody said massage parlors are good startups. I think that's what Zach should do. The Zach Cookman massage parlor.
No, I tried that in the South and it didn't go over so well.
If this man came out looking like this to give you your massage, tell me that wouldn't be a money-making idea. That's with that face.
That's right. With my stretch on.
All right, everybody. Goodbye. Podcast. Thanks so much for being here.